बहुत बहुत स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन है।
सर ये सुपर कॉरिडोर सर यहाँ पर एंड होता है सर।
हमारे साथ मंच पर हैं जैन करकड़ा जी, सीआईआई वेस्टर्न रीजन। हमारे साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ परम श्रद्धेय सौरभ सिंह मेहता जी, चेयरमैन सीआईआई मालवा जोनल काउंसिल एवं एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर कृति इंडस्ट्रीज। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन। हमारे बीच हैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर पवन कुमार शर्मा जी, संभागायुक्त इंदौर संभाग इंदौर। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन है। आप सभी को विदित है कि मध्य प्रदेश विकास के नए आयाम स्थापित कर रहा है और स्वर्णिम सफलता के पायदानों को छूता जा रहा है। कोई भी क्षेत्र इससे अछूता नहीं है और इसी तारतम्य में आज इंदौर में मध्य प्रदेश ऑटो इंडस्ट्रीज के क्षेत्र में निवेश को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए और उद्योगों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मध्य प्रदेश का सबसे पहला ऑटो शो सुपर कॉरिडोर पर आयोजित किया जा रहा है। 3 दिवसों के श्रृंखलाबद्ध इस भव्य ऑटो शो में आज एग्जीबिशन का यह पहला पायदान और इसका शुभारंभ हम कुछ ही समय में हमारे अतिथि के बीच हमारे बीच पधारने के पश्चात करने जा रहे हैं। मंच पर विराजित सभी सम्मानित जनों का इस मंच के माध्यम से बहुत बहुत स्वागत वंदन अभिनंदन है।
वो रोज और शाम बदल रही है तो वेट करो, मैं लगा हूँ। हाँ बोला है उन्होंने सर, मेरे से बात कराएंगे।
नेक्स्ट टाइम स्टेज पे 11 बजे ना बैठे, क्योंकि लाइक रियल टाइम में हो रहा है होना चाहिए, वो ऐसा लगा।
एक्चुअली हाँ, अपने देश में 11 मतलब 12 होता है।
नहीं सर, 11 मतलब 11 5 होता है।
थियरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी सिस्टम
11 7। मैं पहले अकेले गया कम चलाया जैसे हम गए का रहने सर है ना, जैसे यूएससी दे
क्या नाम पड़ेगा तो आपको बोलना है।
के पीछे हम सब मिनिस्टर को दे देना, मिनिस्टर को दे देना पास में जाकर
तो यहाँ की तो सरकार ही
पीएस बैठे हम वहाँ बैठ जाएंगे एक ही
नहीं जिसे खाए
सर हम लोग जब एसडीएम बने सर्विस सुपरिटेंडेंट तो ऐसे होती है डिवीजनल कमिश्नर हमें सबसे बड़ा आदमी दिखाई देता है पूरी दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा अफसर कौन है डिवीजन वो कलेक्टर का भी बहुत होता है
सर वो तो एसडीएम पे हमें भी लगता था पर अब नहीं लगता क्योंकि अब इतने सारे बाद में बॉस हैं और आप
इंदौर कमिश्नर तो बहुत ज्यादा
हाँ और बड़ा
सर इंदौर में भी तो 8-10 बॉस हैं मतलब यू हैव एटलीस्ट 15 मिनिस्टर्स स्टेइंग और मूविंग फ्रॉम दिस प्लेसेस
नाउ द टाइम एंड मोर ग्लोबल व्हाट्स हैपनिंग यू गाइस नो
सर इंदौर के लोकल मिनिस्टर्स को बहुत कम होता है मतलब क्योंकि वो डे इन डे आउट में सर ये अजीब सा मतलब आई विल से इट्स अ चीज दैट इज कम ऑन द हर वन में होता है एंड
इट्स द वैल्यू ऑफ द
नहीं सर घटने में होता है सर जैसे कल किसी से बात हो रही थी अतीक से जस्ट डिस्कशन सो
बायोप्लांट्स
It's a strange kind of administration का strange था ना सर कैसे भी पालन कर रहा है
सब निरंतरता अगर आती है
ये कि थोड़ा सा
गर्मी से सर
वो तो सर डेली जिला
कल भी वही
मेरे पास
जैसे सेक्टर
सारा फ्यूचर पावर मेरे पास पहले मैं आई चेयरमैन अभी बने वो आज 8 चार्ज आवाज आई रोहन आ गए शायद मिनिस्टर से
जितने आइए
कलंदर में 8 बजे रहते थे मोहनता में आगे मैंने यहाँ पे फिर
और आगे
लेकिन शायद तो वो कर रहे हैं भैया और शायद won't be coming to that. But he should see that place. It's a terrific advertisement for that place. असल क्या है उसका अपना करानी चाहिए इंडस्ट्री लीडर हम कल देख के आए इट्स कमिंग अप जो तब पास हो रहे हैं ऐसे ही यस बहुत अच्छा आ रहा है लॉट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं समथिंग इज हैपनिंग द मोमेंट यू ट्रैवल दैट एरिया यू सी समथिंग इज हैपनिंग
दिमाग से मैं आपको आमंत्रित करूँगा
अच्छे से
ठीक है
वो हो गया
no I get your point
जैसे हम मान लीजिए फैमिली जब हम आपकी बात करना कि नहीं उसको स्लो में आने से उसको बेस्ट अपना थिंकिंग में ऐसा ठीक है
इंदौर में वो अपने कार्यक्रम रखेंगे सर पहले से महिला भी
लीजिए हमारे बीच आज के कार्यक्रम को अपने गौरवमय आतिथ्य से नवाजने के लिए हमारे बीच पधार चुके हैं परम श्रद्धेय तुलसीराम जी सिलावट, जल संसाधन मंत्री मध्य प्रदेश शासन। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, वंदन, अभिनंदन है। पुलकित तन मन और नयन उठी स्वागत की मृदु झनकार, सुमन स्नेह के करते अर्पित आज। हे अतिथि वृंद, हे मस्तक नत, हे अभिनंदन आप सभी का शत शत बारंबार। मध्य प्रदेश अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में विकास के नए सोपानों को छू रहा है। बात स्वच्छता की हो, स्वस्थता की हो या बात हो औद्योगिक निवेश की, हर क्षेत्र में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का कुशल नेतृत्व और उसी का सुपरिणाम आज प्रदेश में इंदौर में पहला ऐसा बड़ा ऑटो शो आयोजित किया गया है जो कि प्रदेश में ऑटोमोबाइल उद्योग के क्षेत्र में निवेश को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए सुखद आयोजन, अभिनव आयोजन, नवाचार रखा गया है। और इसके लिए हमारे बीच मंच पर है कई विशिष्ट व्यक्तित्व। मैं इस कार्यक्रम को गति देते हुए सर्वप्रथम मंचासीन अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि अलौकिक प्रकाश पुंज का प्रज्वलन कर आज की इस ऑटो प्रदर्शनी का विधिवत शुभारंभ करें। मैं माननीय तुलसीराम जी सिलावट जी, माननीय राजवर्धन सिंह जी, माननीय शुक्ला सर, माननीय मेहता जी, माननीय संभागायुक्त महोदय और मैडम जैनी मैडम से अनुरोध करूंगी कि आप सभी अपने कर कमलों से इस प्रकाश पुंज की हर बाती का प्रज्वलन करें जो कि हमें एक नया सफलता का आयाम देगी। जिस सोच, अभिनव, नवाचार के साथ इस ऑटो शो का आयोजन जो कि 3 दिवसीय श्रृंखलाबद्ध है, उसका प्रथम पायदान आज ऑटो प्रदर्शनी का शुभारंभ विधिवत हमारे अतिथियों के कर कमलों से होने जा रहा है। क्या अंधकार से डरना, आओ नूर बन जाते हैं इस धरती के तमसारे जिससे डरकर छट जाते हैं। एक नूर बहे रूहानी सा, रोशन ये आलम हो जाए। इस दीप के प्रज्वलन से प्रकाश पुंज का औद्योगिक निवेश के क्षेत्र में एक नया उजियारा हो जाए। इसी भाव के साथ हमारी सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों द्वारा दीप का प्रज्वलन किया गया। हम तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के माध्यम से तमसोमा ज्योतिर्गमय के भाव के साथ इस दीप की हर बाती को अपना सम्मान प्रकट करें। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी को विदित है कि मध्य प्रदेश को ऑटोमोबाइल हब बनाने के लिए प्रदेश सरकार के द्वारा मध्य प्रदेश इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन के माध्यम से इंदौर में 3 दिवसीय मध्य प्रदेश ऑटो शो का आयोजन किया जा रहा है और इसी का पहला पायदान आज ऑटो प्रदर्शनी का शुभारंभ हमारे अतिथियों के कर कमलों से होने जा रहा है। भारतीय संस्कृति, भारतीय परंपरा, अतिथि देवो भव के भाव को भारत के जनमानस के मानस पटल पर पल्लवित और पोषित करती है। अतिथियों का स्वागत सत्कार हमारा परम कर्तव्य सौभाग्य है। स्वागत की श्रृंखला में मैं सर्वप्रथम आदरणीय संजय कुमार शुक्ला जी, प्रमुख सचिव जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि हमारे कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि परम श्रद्धेय तुलसीराम जी सिलावट, मंत्री जल संसाधन मध्य प्रदेश शासन का स्वागत हम सबके स्नेह के प्रतीक ये पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करके करें। आदरणीय संजय कुमार शुक्ला जी से अनुरोध है कि आदरणीय औद्योगिक नीति
सब लोग मैं कर रहा हूँ, माहिल्या की नगरी में छोड़ते हैं।
ये देखिए सहजता सहृदयता एक मंत्री की कि उन्होंने कहा कि सबकी ओर से मैं राजवर्धन सिंह जी का स्वागत कर रहा हूँ। ये मन के भाव बहुत अनुकरणीय है। मैं आदरणीय रोहन सक्सेना जी एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर से अनुरोध करूंगी सबका जी स्वागत की श्रृंखला को यहीं विराम देते हैं और शब्दों से स्वागत के लिए और आज की ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स के लिए मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूं आदरणीय सौरभ सिंह मेहता जी, चेयरमैन CII मालवा जोनल काउंसिल एवं एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर कृति इंडस्ट्रीज को।
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। श्री राजवर्धन सिंह दत्तीगांव जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, श्री तुलसी सिलावट जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर वाटर रिसोर्स डिपार्टमेंट, श्री संजय शुक्ला जी, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ IP and IP, श्री रोहन सक्सेना जी, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर MPIDC, डॉक्टर पवन शर्मा, डिविजनल कमिश्नर इंदौर, श्री जैन करकड़ा जी, रीजनल डायरेक्टर CII, exhibitors, media and my very dear friends. A very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the first edition of MP Auto Show. It is my pleasure to be a part of this prestigious show which intends to showcase the potential of Madhya Pradesh auto sector. Friends, Madhya Pradesh is amongst the fastest growing states in the country, and it has made significant strides in the auto sector over the last few years. I am extremely thankful to Honorable Minister for creating such a platform like MP Auto Show for the industries of the region and various stakeholders in the auto sector to come together and shape MP's growth story for the sector in near future. Friends, you may be aware that MP not only has number of OEMs, and you will see when you go through the show that how many companies we have here. And along with all those companies is also a budding auto cluster, which supports the domestic and the local industry of this region. Just to talk a little bit about CII, not to leave CII away. CII is closely monitoring the needs of industries and is representing their concerns at various forums. Regular council interactions and dialogues enable CII members to be able to reach out to the government with our issues and what support we need from them. And also it helps us to reach out to various stakeholders, not only in auto but across sectors, to deliberate and plan the road ahead for the growth of the state. As a developmental institution, we are committed to raise the competitiveness of the industry in the state and support them in adoption of best practices, knowledge management, and use of appropriate technology. Friends, with these words, I would like to once again welcome you all to today's interactive session, and I would like to now invite Shri Sanjay Shukla ji to please give his address. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सौरभ। मध्य प्रदेश का पहला ऑटो शो और उसके इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में पधारे हुए मुख्य अतिथि माननीय तुलसी सिलावट जी, आप मध्य प्रदेश शासन के वरिष्ठ मंत्री हैं। कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित और इस पूरे कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा में बहुत इन्वॉल्व और उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन में ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। औद्योगिक नीति एवं निवेश प्रोत्साहन विभाग के मंत्री माननीय दत्ती गाँव जी, CII के अध्यक्ष और हम लोग बहुत क्लोजली काम करते हैं, हमारे मित्र सौरभ, पवन शर्मा इंदौर के 8 ज़िलों के संभागायुक्त हैं और मध्य प्रदेश शासन को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं इन सभी ज़िलों में और हमारे साथ बहुत सालों से काम किए हुए हैं पवन शर्मा जी, और मैडम जैन जो बाहर से आई हैं, हमारी अतिथि भी हैं। आई होप यू हैव ए कंफर्टेबल स्टे हियर। थैंक यू। तो इस ऑटो शो का जन्म यूँ हुआ, ये पहला ऑटो शो है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी और मंत्री जी के साथ में विभाग की बैठक हो रही थी और उसमें ये बात आई कि हम लोग अलग अलग तरह के जो उद्योग हैं उनको और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, उनके लिए और अवसर क्रिएट करने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं। नाइट्रक्स की भी बात हुई तो मंत्री जी ने प्रपोज किया और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने न केवल उसको समर्थन किया, उसमें ये कहा कि बहुत अच्छे से होना चाहिए, बड़े स्केल पे होना चाहिए और एक अच्छा मतलब हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करें और भविष्य में हम उसके और आगे जाएं। तो इसीलिए फिर ये ऑटो शो की तैयारी हुई और यद्यपि हमारे पास कम समय था, हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी ही करीब 1-1.5 महीने में की है, लेकिन मुझे ये बताने में खुशी है कि CII और मेरे विभाग के जो अधिकारी हैं, इन्होंने दिन रात लग के सभी कंपनियों से संपर्क करके और उसमें जो मेंबर्स हैं एकमा के, हमारे साथ बहुत सारे पार्टनर हैं। आप ध्यान से देखेंगे जो नीचे स्क्रॉल चल रहा है उसमें जितने लोग हैं सब पार्टनर हैं और सब लोगों ने इसके लिए दिन रात मेहनत की है। तो मैं सभी जो बाहर से आए हैं उद्योग के प्रतिनिधि, CII के मेंबर, सियाम के मेंबर, एकमा के मेंबर, नाइट्रक्स के प्रतिनिधि, नाइट्रक्स के जो हेड हैं वो खुद बेचारे वहाँ तैयारी में लगे हैं दिन रात, क्योंकि वहाँ भी कार्यक्रम हैं बहुत सारे पीथमपुर में। तो सभी लोगों का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूँ और उनको धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ। तो संक्षेप में मैं बात रखूँगा अपनी, क्योंकि आप माननीय मंत्री जी को सुनना चाहेंगे। मध्य प्रदेश औद्योगिक निवेश के रास्ते पर पिछले कुछ सालों में काफ़ी तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारा जो देश में जो लोकेशन है वो है, हम भारत का हृदय हैं, हार्ट ऑफ इंडिया। हम लोग बिल्कुल बीच में स्थित हैं। तो हम जो बहुत सारे जो कंसर्न होते हैं बॉर्डर एरिया के, उससे मुक्त हैं हम लोग। किसी भी प्रकार के स्पॉइनेज या और प्रकार की जो गतिविधि हो सकती है उससे भी हम लोग फ्री हैं। ये सबसे अच्छे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का स्टेट है। भारत का सबसे साफ शहर इंदौर पिछले 5 सालों से निरंतर जहां ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। उसके अलावा हमारे अधिकांश शहर स्वच्छता की रैंकिंग में काफ़ी ऊपर हैं। इसका उल्लेख मैं यूँ कर रहा हूँ कि स्वच्छता की रैंकिंग शहरी जीवन के स्टैंडर्ड का एक बहुत बड़ा इंडिकेटर है कि शहरों में लाइफ कैसी है, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ कैसी है, उसका इंडिकेटर है। एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स हमारे यहाँ सारे जो वर्ल्ड लेवल के एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं। IIM है, IIT है, उसके अलावा दर्जनों बहुत ही अच्छे मैनेजमेंट स्कूल कॉलेज हैं, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस हैं, टेक्निकल और दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं। ऐसे ही भोपाल, ग्वालियर, जबलपुर सभी जगहों पे हमारे पास बड़ा क्लस्टर है। लगभग 2 लाख टेक्निकली क्वालिफाइड मैन पावर हमारे यहाँ हर साल निकलते हैं, लड़के लड़कियाँ। स्टार्टअप में काफ़ी अच्छा काम हो रहा है। तो हम किस प्रकार से मध्य प्रदेश के जो बड़े हमारे पिलर्स हैं उनको हम मजबूत कर सकते हैं। तो हमारे पिलर्स जो हैं MP में, उसमें एक हमारा जैसे ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग सेक्टर है, बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर है हमारा ये। फार्मा का हमारा पिलर बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है और मुझे बताने में खुशी है कि भारत सरकार ने जो 4 मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क बनाने का निर्णय लिया है, उसमें एक पार्क मध्य प्रदेश में बन रहा है और हम यहाँ जो बैठे हैं यहाँ से मुश्किल से 1 घंटे की दूरी पर वो विक्रम उद्योगपुरी में रूप ले रहा है। 360 एकड़ में बन रहा है और इन चारों पार्क में सबसे बड़ा पार्क है वो मेडिकल डिवाइसेस का। टेक्सटाइल गारमेंट में हमारा काफ़ी मजबूत प्रेजेंस है और हम लोग धीरे धीरे हमारी स्थिति और मजबूत हो रही है। बड़ी संख्या में देश की नामी गिरामी टेक्सटाइल और गारमेंट की कंपनियां हमारे यहाँ आ रही हैं। और ऐसे ही फूड सेक्टर में हम लोग काफ़ी मजबूत हैं। और अभी उसका एक छोटा सा प्रदर्शन दिखा कि जब गेहूं की दिक्कत हुई यूरोप में, तो मध्य प्रदेश फोर फ्रंट पे है, हम गेहूं का सप्लाई भी कर रहे हैं उनको। इसके अलावा मिडिल ईस्ट से लेके अनेक देशों में दूध, मक्खन, दही से लेकर सब्जियां, मसाले और न जाने लंबी लिस्ट है हमारे पास, इतने सारे यहाँ से खाद्य पदार्थ, सोयाबीन, चावल, बासमती, इनके हम बहुत बड़े एक्सपोर्टर हैं और हम जा रहे हैं। जो स्टार्टअप हैं, जिसका एक इंदौर बहुत बड़ा सेंटर है, वो इसमें अब और लीड ले, कैसे हम अपने कॉस्ट को कम करें, किस प्रकार से हम एक्सपोर्ट की गति को बढ़ाएं, लॉजिस्टिक्स को इम्प्रूव करें। मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क हम लोग प्लान कर रहे हैं। पहला हमारा मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क पीथमपुर का, उसका टेंडर निकलने वाला है कुछ ही दिनों में। जो आपको ध्यान होगा, पिछले साल माननीय गडकरी जी आए थे तो घोषणा हुई थी। सर, मुझे बताने में खुशी है मंत्री जी कि जो गडकरी जी आए थे सर, वो ब्रिडलैंड कन्वेंशन में प्रोग्राम हुआ था, उसका टेंडर निकलने वाला है। उस समय चर्चा हुई थी, MOU हुआ था, अब उसका सर निकल रहा है टेंडर ये। और ये लगभग वो भी करीब 300 एकड़ में बन रहा है, जो कि काफ़ी बड़े साइज़ का लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क होगा। इसके अलावा अनेक प्राइवेट लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क रूप ले रहे हैं इंदौर और इंदौर के आसपास, भोपाल के आसपास, ग्वालियर के आसपास। तो ये सारे जो बदलाव आ रहे हैं, इनसे मध्य प्रदेश में ही अच्छे क्वालिटी के जॉब क्रिएट होंगे, जिस अच्छी पेइंग कैपेसिटी वाले जॉब क्रिएट होंगे, स्थायी प्रकृति के जॉब क्रिएट होंगे, जिससे आर्थिक गतिविधियां और तेज़ी से बढ़ेंगी और यहाँ के पढ़े लिखे बच्चों को बाहर जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। आप ये समझिए कि शुरू में जो प्रोग्राम था उसमें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को आज ही आना था, पर वो कल आ पा रहे हैं। पर आज भी वो शाम को 5 बजे रिव्यू करेंगे। वो दिल्ली में रहेंगे, हम लोग यहाँ से BC से उनको बताएंगे कि क्या काम चल रहा है, क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ। इतना डिटेल में इन्वॉल्व है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, और उस पर बातचीत निरंतर हम लोगों से करते रहते हैं। तो मैं इस पहले ऑटो शो से जुड़े सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद देते हुए आज के कार्यक्रम में समय निकाल कर आए हैं, आप इसके लिए माननीय सिलावट जी का और माननीय दत्तीगांव जी का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि सब लोग इसी उत्साह से लगे रहेंगे। और इस ऑटो शो के बाद इसके जो परिणाम आएंगे, या तो बढ़े हुए संबंधों में, बिजनेस डील में, उसको हम और मजबूत बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। काम करो ऐसा कि पहचान बन जाए, कदम चलो ऐसे कि निशान बन जाए। जिंदगी तो यहाँ सभी जी लेते हैं यारो, जिंदगी ऐसे जियो की मिसाल बन जाए। इन पंक्तियों को अपने व्यक्तित्व में समाहित करने वाले, जिनके नाम में ही तुलसी की भव्यता, सौम्यता और औषधि समाहित है, ऐसे व्यक्तित्व को मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ कि वे आए और आज के अवसर पर अपने आशीर्वचन से हमें नवाजे। परम श्रद्धेय तुलसीराम सिलावट जी।
मध्य प्रदेश शासन के ओजस्वी, कर्मठ, तरुण मध्य प्रदेश शासन के ऐसे उद्योग मंत्री सम्मानित दत्तीगांव जी, संजय शुक्ला जी, मेहता जी, पवन जी, मैडम जैन, उपस्थित इस ऑटो शो में आए देश के कोने कोने से, मैं मध्य प्रदेश की इस माहिल्या की नगरी में आप सभी का स्वागत भी करता हूं और अभिनंदन भी करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज जी के नेतृत्व में और सम्माननीय दत्तीगांव जी के संकल्प के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मध्य प्रदेश में कुछ नवाचार करने जा रही है। उस दिशा में ऑटो शो एक नींव का पत्थर साबित होगा। विस्तृत जानकारी अभी सम्माननीय शुक्ला जी ने दी। हमारा सोच क्या है, हमारा लक्ष्य क्या है, हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है और हमारा संकल्प क्या है। जब कोई भी पवित्र काम अच्छे स्थान से हो तो उसका प्रभाव मध्य प्रदेश नहीं पूरे राष्ट्र में पड़ता है। इंदौर जब भी कोई काम करता है अद्भुत करता है। स्वच्छता में एक बार नहीं 5 बार नंबर 1। मैं सम्मानीय मंत्री और मुख्यमंत्री दत्ती गांव जी को आभार देता हूं। इस ऑटो शो का स्थान उन्होंने इस महाअहिल्या की नगरी को चुना। सम्मानीय दत्ती गांव जी जिस संकल्प के साथ आप इस उद्योग की नगरी, मध्य प्रदेश की आर्थिक राजधानी, ये कला की भी है, संस्कृति की भी है, खेल की भी है, शिक्षा की भी है और स्वास्थ्य की और स्वच्छता में नंबर 1 है। मैं सोचता हूं कि मुख्यमंत्री और आपके नेतृत्व में ये जो ऑटो शो होगा, ये राष्ट्र में भी इसका प्रभाव पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो निरंतर 3 माह से आपके नेतृत्व में, संजय जी के सानिध्य में, मुख्यमंत्री के आशीष से जो एक कल्पना की थी, जो एक संकल्प लिया था, उस कल्पना, उस संकल्प को आज कार्य में परिणत करने का प्रयास आप करने जा रहे हैं। आज जो ऑटोमोबाइल की जो ऑटो शो है, देश के विभिन्न कंपनियां इसमें हिस्सा ले रही हैं, पार्टिसिपेट कर रही हैं, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि परिवर्तन प्रगति का नियम है। आज का युग विज्ञान और टेक्नोलॉजी का युग है। नवाचार हमको अपने जीवन में करना है तो ऑटो में भी करना पड़ेगा। इसी विश्वास को लेकर, इसी संकल्प को लेकर दत्ती गांव जी, आपके इस विभाग ने एक नवाचार करने की कोशिश की है, प्रयास किया है, प्रयत्न किया है। मैं सोचता हूं जब कोई संकल्प विकास, प्रगति और उन्नति के लिए लिया जाए, जब राष्ट्र के गौरव, देश के तेजस्वी और ओजस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के प्रेरणा से ये संकल्प मुख्यमंत्री जी ने लिया है और उस संकल्प को पूरा करने का प्रयास हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के ओजस्वी मंत्री दत्ती गांव जी कर रहे हैं। मैं फिर से इस ऑटो शो को बहुत बधाई और शुभकामना देता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। मैंने कहा ना, ये जो हमारा राष्ट्र विश्व में सबसे युवा है, विश्व के सबसे ज़्यादा युवा 50% हमारे राष्ट्र में रहते हैं। ये द्वार खोलेगा उन तरुण को, उन युवाओं को रोजगार का एक नया अवसर देने का जो है एक प्रयास कर रहे हैं। विकास और प्रगति के साथ एक समन्वय और सामंजस्य, उद्योग के साथ रोजगार ये देगा। मैं बाकी में इंदौर की ओर से मुख्यमंत्री जी के इस प्रयास को, मुख्यमंत्री जी के इस संकल्प को, मुख्यमंत्री जी के इस उद्देश्य को, इस संकल्प के प्रयास को, एक लक्ष्य को पूरा करने का प्रयास हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मंत्री दत्ती गांव जी और उनकी पूरी टीम कर रही है। मैं फिर से उन्हें बहुत बधाई और शुभकामना देता हूं, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि मैंने कहा ना कि ये ऑटो शो मध्य प्रदेश में प्रभाव नहीं, पूरे राष्ट्र में ये प्रभाव छोड़ेगा। 100 कंपनियां अपनी नई तकनीक के साथ इसमें भाग लेने आई हैं। मैं फिर से आप सभी का इस महाअहिल्या की नगरी में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं और सम्मानीय मंत्री दत्ती गांव जी को ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं, ये आपका संकल्प, ये आपका लक्ष्य, आपका ये उद्देश्य और ये आपका इस ऑटो के प्रति जो समर्पण है वो सार्थक होगा और ये राष्ट्र में एक प्रेरणा बनेगा। इसी शुभकामनाओं के साथ बहुत बहुत बधाई, धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। कुछ कुछ नहीं असंभव होता जब संकल्प किए जाते हैं, संकल्प को साहस के जब गतिमय चरण दिए जाते हैं, बाधाओं की क्या बिसात फिर रुख तूफान बदल सकता है। जी हाँ, ऐसे ही असंभव कार्य को अपने संकल्प के माध्यम से हमेशा पूर्ण करने वाले और इन पंक्तियों को चरितार्थ करने वाले परम श्रद्धेय राज्यवर्धन सिंह दत्ती गांव सर को आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ, माननीय मंत्री औद्योगिक नीति एवं निवेश प्रोत्साहन विभाग को, कि वो आए और इस अवसर पर हम सभी को अपने आशीर्वचन से नवाजें।
That's good. Thank you. सभी का स्वागत है। परम सम्मानीय हमारे मध्य प्रदेश सरकार में वरिष्ठ मंत्री तुलसीराम सिलावट साहब, आदरणीय हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के प्रमुख सचिव, बहुत अनुभवी, बहुत गंभीर, दूरदर्शी संजय शुक्ला जी, सम्मानित चेयरमैन मालवा रीजनल CII मेहता साहब, आदरणीय हमारे कमिश्नर साहब, सम्मानीय जैन मैडम, उपस्थित समस्त सदन में महानुभाव, देवियों, सज्जनों। शुक्ला जी ने आपको बड़े विस्तार से बताया कि हम यहाँ क्या करने जा रहे हैं, उद्देश्य क्या है, और मुख्यमंत्री जी के दर्शन अनुरूप, प्रधानमंत्री जी के मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प अनुरूप इसकी परिणति निश्चित तौर पे और अधिक निवेश, रोज़गार और ऑटो सेक्टर के निर्माण हेतु अनुकूल वातावरण में सहायक होगी। दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट ऑटो शो दैट मध्य प्रदेश इज़ होल्डिंग। हमारा पहला प्रयास है, तो मैं शुरुआत में ही आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा पूरी टीम के लिए, CII से लेके ENY, जितने भी श्याम, एकमा, हमारे ED की पूरी टीम, MPIDC की पूरी टीम, अनिरुद्ध। बहुत कठिन था, पिछले मेरे ख्याल से लगातार महीने भर से सभी लोग इसमें लगे हुए, निरंतर लगे हुए हैं, न दिन देखा, न रात देखी, न समय देखा। परिवार वाले तो शिकायत कर ही रहे होंगे निश्चित तौर पे, और क्योंकि इससे लगा मुख्यमंत्री जी ने हमें निर्देशित किया है, हम इन्वेस्टर्स समिट्स लगातार उसकी भी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। आपने सुना होगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी भी मध्य प्रदेश आएंगे, जनवरी में हमने उसको शिफ्ट कर दिया, जो नवंबर में होने वाला था हमारा इन्वेस्टर समिट। तो प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं मध्य प्रदेश आ रहे हैं, ये खुशी की बात है, खुशखबरी है, तो हम उसके लिए और उत्साहित हैं। साथ ही साथ हमारे जो इन्वेस्टर शोज़ होने हैं विदेशों में, उसके लिए भी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। खैर बहरहाल मैं अभी वर्तमान, क्योंकि आप सबकी जिज्ञासा है और इस प्रकार का शो पहली बार हो रहा है, कुछ एक झलक सी मैंने देखी, हमारे PS आ रहे थे और तुलसीराम जी सिलावट पधार रहे थे, उससे पहले ED मुझे दिखाने ले गए। मैं आप सबसे भी निवेदन अनुरोध करूँगा, मीडिया के माध्यम से जो भी लोग हमें सुन रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, उनसे भी निवेदन आग्रह करूँगा कि ना सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश के बल्कि पूरे देश के बहुत से लोग इसमें भाग ले रहे हैं। बहुत सी B2B मीटिंग्स होने वाली हैं। ये बहुत एक अच्छा अवसर है कि इसमें आए, प्रतिभागी बने, और जनसाधारण से भी मेरी अपेक्षा, निवेदन है कि आप भी आके देखें, आप देखें कि मध्य प्रदेश में संभावनाएं क्या हैं। नौजवानों से मेरी अपील है, विशेष तौर पे जो इंजीनियरिंग के छात्र हैं, जो इंजीनियरिंग में इंटरेस्टेड हैं, चाहे मैकेनिकल हो चाहे कोई भी हो, आप लोग आएँ। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ, एंटरप्रेन्योर से, स्टार्टअप से, हमारे सकलेचा जी जो MSME मिनिस्टर वो भी कल पधारेंगे, आप भी आएँ और अवश्य देखें, क्योंकि एक बिज़नेस में कहते हैं अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट होती है, समय का कोई सानी नहीं और समय किसी के लिए रुकता नहीं। तो ये बहुत अच्छा अवसर, एक प्लेटफॉर्म मुख्यमंत्री जी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं मध्य प्रदेश में। इंजीनियरिंग असिस्टेड एक्सपोर्ट्स की बहुत बात होती है। अभी हमारे PS ने आपको बताया कि मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क हम लेके आए हैं पास में उज्जैन में। तो जितने भी लोग आएंगे, स्पेशली बडिंग इंजीनियर्स, यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, जितने स्टॉल्स यहाँ लगे हैं, OEMs वाले, दूसरे तमाम मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, उन्होंने कभी न कभी किसी न किसी स्तर पे शुरुआत करी होगी। तो सोच बड़ी होनी आवश्यक है। मुख्यमंत्री जी हमेशा कहते हैं, मोदी जी हमेशा कहते हैं, सोच बड़ी होनी आवश्यक है। तो मध्य प्रदेश के इन्वेस्टर्स, यहाँ के यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, देश भर के इन्वेस्टर्स को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ। और संक्षिप्त में आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारा प्रथम प्रयास है, लेकिन हमारे पास जो है वो किसी से कम नहीं है। और हमारे पास क्या है शायद हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के लोगों को भी पूरी तरीके से पता नहीं। इसलिए शुक्ला जी सही कह रहे थे, एक रिव्यू मीटिंग जब हमारी हो रही थी तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि ऐसा हमने कभी किया क्यों नहीं कि हमारे पास जो है उसको हम बताएं, गर्व से बताएं। ऑटो टेस्टिंग ट्रैक जो है फैसिलिटी पीथमपुर में नैट्रेक्स की है। मुझे नहीं पता आप में से कितने लोगों को इस बात का ज्ञान है, वेदर यू अवेयर और नॉट, एशिया में लार्जेस्ट फैसिलिटी है, विश्व में 5वीं सबसे बड़ी फैसिलिटी है और वर्ल्ड क्लास है, बिल्कुल जापानीज़ ने वो आके बनाया है। हमारे पास में ऑलरेडी पीथमपुर ऑटो क्लस्टर मंडीदीप में हमारे पास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो रही है। करीब 4,500 हेक्टेयर ज़मीन ऑटो इंडस्ट्री के लिए हम लोगों ने मुहैया करा रखी है। वर्ल्ड क्लास टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग ब्रिलियंस, पुट टुगेदर गवर्नमेंट का प्रयास और बिजनेस कम्युनिटी का पार्टिसिपेशन अगर हम सब मिल जाएं तो मुझे इस बात की कतई इस बात का में कोई संशय नहीं है कि मध्य प्रदेश आगे जाके लीडिंग ऑटो मैन्युफैक्चर के रूप में उभरेगा। आप देखिए हमारे पास इंडो जर्मन स्किल डेवलपमेंट के रूप में हमारे पास क्या इंडो जर्मन टूल रूम हमारे पास में है, सिम्बाइसिस इंस्टीट्यूट हमारे पास में है, MSME का सेक्टर हमारे पास ऑलरेडी है। इंदौर देश का एकमात्र ऐसा शहर है जहाँ पे हमारे पास में दोनों है, IIT भी है, IIM भी है। आप देश भर में देखिए, चाहे हैदराबाद हो, चाहे पुणे हो, चाहे बेंगलोर हो, वो कहे जाते हैं IT हब्स, लेकिन वहाँ कौन उनको मैन कौन कर रहा है? हमारे यहाँ का मैन पावर है, हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत कुछ है हमारे पास। और हमारे पास ऑलरेडी प्रैक्टिकली पूरा आइशर ग्रुप यहाँ पे है, मान फोर्स यहाँ पे है, हिंदुस्तान मोटर्स यहाँ पे, हमारे पास में आइशर के अलावा वॉल्वो आइशर यहाँ पे। बाहर आपने डिस्प्लेस देखे होंगे, ल्यूगोंग, जॉन डियर, महिंद्रा, EV 2 व्हीलर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ब्रिजस्टोन जैसी वर्ल्ड क्लास लीडिंग टायर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी, राल्सन और तमाम बहुत सारे और EVMs आप स्टॉल्स देखेंगे समय निकाल के। चाहे पोरवाल्स की मैं बात करूं, दूसरे सभी लोगों के हर एक इंडिविजुअल का मैं मेंशन नहीं कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन एक बहुत अच्छा अवसर है और मैं बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं पूरी टीम को कि अनुपम प्रयास है और शुरुआत है। और जैसा कहते हैं आरंभ ही प्रचंड है, तो इसका आगे जाके अंजाम तो बहुत ही सुखद होगा। और मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद भी ज्ञापित करूंगा कि उन्होंने हमें अलाउ किया, हमें डायरेक्शन दिया। और जितने भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, मैं उनको अश्योर करता हूं कि आप किसी रूप में निराश नहीं होंगे। देश में जहां तक भी हमारा संदेश जा रहा है, मैं सभी को इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा। हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री जी की लीडरशिप में हम कहीं भी कोई भी कमी नहीं छोड़ने वाले हैं। जो भी निवेशक हैं आना चाहता है, इनफैक्ट ऑलरेडी जहाँ मैं किसी स्टेट का नाम नहीं लूँगा, जहाँ भी इश्यूज़ है, प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, हम उन सबको भी अश्योर करते हैं मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को कि कम टू मध्य प्रदेश, वी शैल गिव यू एवरीथिंग दैट इज़ नीडेड एंड रिक्वायर्ड। वी आर द हार्ट ऑफ द नेशन। डोमेस्टिक मार्केट को अगर आप केटर कर रहे हैं तो आपके लिए बहुत ही अच्छा अवसर है। 24 घंटे में मध्य प्रदेश से आप देश के किसी भी कोने में पहुंच सकते हैं। विदिन एंड अराउंड मध्य प्रदेश 50% मार्केट देश का यहाँ पे हमारे पास में है। और लैंड सबसे ज़्यादा अबंडेंस में हमारे पास ज़मीन है। हमारी पॉलिसीज़ हमने बहुत सरलीकरण किया है। पिछला दौर ही आप देखें, जैसे हमारा PS बता रहे थे, इन स्पाइट ऑफ कोरोना पैंडेमिक हमारा ग्रोथ हुआ है। ग्रोथ मेरे कहने से नहीं है, हमारे फिगर्स हैं। 65% एडिशनल हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, 40% हमने एडिशनल एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट किया है। निरंतर हम कार्यरत। ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के अंदर मध्य प्रदेश चौथी पायदान पे आया है। आपने अभी बजट हमने मध्य प्रदेश का पेश किया था विधानसभा में, आपने देखा होगा मुख्यमंत्री ने स्वयं कहा हमारा GDP ग्रोथ फिनोमिनल 19.7% हाईएस्ट इन द कंट्री। और ये सब आप लोगों के प्रयास से, सबकी मेहनत से, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स से, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से, किसानों से, पूरे मध्य प्रदेश के लोगों ने मिलकर यहाँ योगदान दिया। एक और बात मेहता जी कर रहे थे बैठे बैठे भी मंच पे, सेमीकंडक्टर्स एक बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। पूरे देश में कमी है, पूरी दुनिया में कमी है। चाइना का एकाधिकार हुआ करता था इस फील्ड में, लेकिन ये ऐसी फील्ड है जिसमें हमें बहुत बड़ा अवसर आज की तारीख में है और इसका कंट्रीब्यूशन GDP में भी बहुत मैक्सिमम होगा। तो बहुत 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 पुनः बधाई पूरी टीम को और सब तमाम जो पार्टिसिपेशन कर रहे हैं उन लोगों से पुनः मेरा आग्रह है, जो हमें सुन रहे हैं उन लोगों से मेरा निवेदन है, हम आप सबको आमंत्रित करते हैं। आज से लेकर 30 तारीख तक ये ऑटो शो चलेगा। नाटेक्स भी आप पधारें, बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग, वहाँ पे आपको सुपर कार्स मिलेगी, कार रेसिंग देखने को मिलेगा, ड्रैगिंग देखने को मिलेगा और इंटरेस्टिंग इवेंट्स हमने वहाँ पे आप लोगों के लिए रखे हैं। तो पुनः मैं शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता हूँ MPIDC को, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, CII को, और मुख्यमंत्री जी कल पधार रहे हैं, CM साहब कल आ रहे हैं, हमें हमारे बीच में रहेंगे, हम सबसे मिलेंगे, हमसे बात करेंगे। तो मैं आपको निवेदन करता हूं कि सभी लोग कल के लिए आमंत्रित हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी को आएँ, सुने, और मध्य प्रदेश को हम सब संकल्प लें कि मिलकर एक बेहतर राज्य बनाएंगे, फेवर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन बनाएंगे। सभी को पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हमारा कार्यक्रम अंतिम सोपान पर है और मैं इन पंक्तियों के परिचायक कि मैंने खुद से ये वादा किया है, न पूछो कि मेरी मंजिल कहाँ है, न हारूंगा हौसला उम्र भर, क्योंकि अभी तो सफ़र का इरादा किया है। ऐसे युवा एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर आदरणीय रोहन सक्सेना सर को आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ आभार प्रदर्शन का ज्ञापन करने के लिए।
रोहन, सॉरी मैं आपका नाम भूल गया।
कोई बात नहीं।
छोटे भाई भूल गया था।
सर न्यू के पत्थर देखते नहीं।
हाँ, वही रोहन काम बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है।
मध्य प्रदेश के प्रथम ऑटो एक्सपो ऑटो शो में उपस्थित माननीय मंत्री तुलसी सिलावट जी, माननीय मंत्री राजवर्धन सिंह जी, औद्योगिक नीति निवेश प्रोत्साहन विभाग के प्रमुख सचिव श्री संजय शुक्ला जी, इंदौर के संभाग आयुक्त डॉक्टर पवन शर्मा सर, मंचासीन अतिथि और यहाँ उपस्थित इस कार्यक्रम में पधारे हुए समस्त अतिथिगणों का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आप लोगों ने मध्य प्रदेश के इस प्रथम ऑटो एक्सपो में शिरकत करके यहाँ पर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे लिए खोली है कि किस तरह से मध्य प्रदेश में हम एक ऑटोमोबाइल का इकोसिस्टम हम यहाँ डेवलप कर सकें। अगले 3 दिन तक ये कार्यक्रम लगातार चलता रहेगा, जिसमें बहुत सारी बिज़नेस टू बिज़नेस मीटिंग्स, बहुत सारे पैनल डिस्कशंस और एक एग्जीबिशन में जो इंटरेक्शन का माहौल बनेगा, उससे हम ये आशान्वित हैं कि हमें बहुत अच्छी इन्वेस्टमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटी यहाँ पे डेवलप होंगी। MPIDC, CII, अर्नस्ट एंड यंग, इनकी पूरी टीम हम आपके यहाँ पे पूरे 3 दिन तक आपके साथ है और किसी भी तरह के असिस्टेंस के लिए आप हमसे संपर्क कर सकते हैं। और आई एम होपफुल कि ये बहुत अच्छी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है नेटवर्किंग के लिए, आप उसका पूरा लाभ लें। और अब मैं माननीय अतिथिगणों से निवेदन करूंगा कि इसका विधिवत शुभारंभ के लिए रिबन कटिंग के लिए आप लोग पधारें। और सभी एग्जिबिटर्स से मेरा निवेदन है कि आप लोग हॉल में अपने रिस्पेक्टिव स्टॉल्स में रहें और माननीय अतिथिगण एक एक करके चारों डोम में सभी स्टॉल्स में यहाँ पे आएंगे। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सर। आप सभी अपने अपने स्टॉल्स पर पहुँचें और एग्जीबिशन अवलोकन के पश्चात जॉन डियर कंपनी द्वारा यहाँ पर बायर सेलर्स मीटिंग का आयोजन किया जाएगा।
कोई भी जब बनता है तो उसको टेस्टिंग तो हम लोग यही करना चाहते हैं। टूरिज्म में इंदौर में हुआ था, मुख्यमंत्री जी यही चाहते हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश के पास जो है इसको दुनिया को बताएं, देश को बताएं और जैसे प्रदेशों को निवेदन और जो भी अनुकूल वातावरण सहायता है।
सर अभी ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में कितना निवेश हमारे यहाँ है और कितना आप उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि आएगा 5 साल में?
हमारे पास में 1500 एक्सपोर्ट सामने 2 लाख का रोजगार प्रोवाइड करना है। 20 बिलियन अप्रॉक्सीमेटली डॉलर में डॉलर तो 4.5 वैसे आप एशिया का सबसे बड़ा फैसिलिटी हमारे पास ये हमारा स्ट्रेंथ है, इसको लेवरेज करना। दुनिया का पानी का बड़ा मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए ऑलरेडी काफ़ी जहाँ भी मध्य प्रदेश में कर रहे हैं और एक अवसर प्रदान कर रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान कल इंदौर आ रहे हैं, तो पीतमपुर भी मेट्रिक्स में जाएंगे और क्या आप उसको सुपर कार में घुमाएंगे साहब?
हम निवेदन कर सकते हैं मुख्यमंत्री जी का और रहता है और पिछले निरंतर एक लंबे और से बहुत कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा जैसे रूप मिलता हो कि हम तो चाहते हैं कि वो आए और वो किसी युवा से कम नहीं मेहनत करते। मुझे तो हम लोग कभी कभी शर्मा जाते हैं, हमसे ज़्यादा मैं
सर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स एक नया सेगमेंट शुरू हो रहा है, उसको लेके क्या आपकी
हम नई पॉलिसी बना रहे हैं, कुछ समय बाद उसको लॉन्च करेंगे। ईवी के अपने रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं और देश में ज़ीरो कार्बन रेटिंग का जो मूवमेंट हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत विरोध में दिया है, उसको भी कंप्लायंस से पूरा करना है। इसके टायर्स ही अलग टाइप के होंगे, बैटरी ईवी डेफिनेटली और
हैदराबाद एयर शो में भी बीच में डेलीगेट्स गए थे, एमपी के कुछ ऑफिसर्स गए थे। आप उम्मीद है कि प्रतिनिधिमंडल यूपी आ सकता है, तो आगे उस दिशा में बात बढ़ी है?
कुछ नेगोशिएशन जैसे कुछ और हम रेडी काम से कुछ और नेगोशिएशन प्रदान होगी।
ग्लोबल मीट होने वाली है सर, ग्लोबल मीट
सर मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क का स्वरूप क्या रहने वाला है?
डिवाइस पार्क का जैसा PS ने बताया 360 बनाया जाएगा और उससे हमारे को भी सहायता मिलेगी और आने वाले समय में उसमें
चलो बहुत धन्यवाद सर। 15 कंपनी के प्रस्ताव हमारे पास आए हैं।
आप तो बहुत जिक्र कर रहे हैं, निवेश कितना आया? 30 लाख
आप लोगों के लिए टूर बनवा रहे हैं नेटवर्क सर। सर एक गाड़ी से फोकस करो, फोकस करो इसको। गाड़ी में सर एक गाड़ी से उनको
सुपर कार में घूमेंगे, लेकिन सुपर कार में घूमेंगे
ये तो सुपर बाइक
दर्शन करा देंगे।
अरे वो कितना काटने में जाऊँगा
ले जाओ।
as for the presentation. We are just waiting for Mr. Amit Gildial. He would join eventually for the same. Please, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present. I welcome you all for the first auto show hosted by MP government and the first session of Buyer Sellers Meet. I welcome Mr. Sandeep Kumar, head of Luong. Luong is a Chinese international multinational company, construction machinery manufacturing company, headquartered in Luzhou, China. It is the world's 10th largest construction equipment manufacturer by market share and the world's largest manufacturer of wheel loaders. Luong employs more than 11,000 people worldwide and has 24 manufacturing facilities and around 2,650 sales outlets and 380 dealers. Founded in 1958 in Luzhou, its products include wheel loaders, bulldozers, skid steer loaders, forklifts, motor graders, excavators, long reach excavators, and so on. It is also listed in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. I request Mr. Varun Kumar to just introduce his company and share the potential what we all have working for his company.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon all. Thank you for joining us for this first show in MP. So before we start, I would like to thank CII and the MP government to organize this type of event for first time. Luong, as Mr. Puneet mentioned, is originated in China, but we say this is a multinational company, or we would say this is an Indian company having Luong characteristics. It is originated from China, Luong. So we have some characters of Luong. We use their platform, we use some of their designs, but basically we treat and we believe this is an Indian company. Our 99% resources, that means our talent, staff, is Indian, and we are here in India from last more than 20 years. We make in India, for India, but not only for India. We are exporting from India to all South Asian countries. Okay, so I will pause for a moment.
I would like to welcome Mr. Amit Gildial. He is a lead of JD in sourcing for India and Southeast Asia. Welcome, Mr. Gildial.
Thank you, Puneet. Thank you. Hi, Amit Gildial.
Please continue.
So as I was speaking about Luong, so first I want to assure you all and want to clarify it that we are an Indian company. We make in India, for India, and we also export from India. So what we do in detail, I will share later on, but first, why we make in India? Two things. One is the big market. The future of this industry is in India, construction, manufacturing. This is the reason that we see India as a big market. But another key reason why we make in India is the resources, the supply chain, the talent in India. Luong started its manufacturing journey almost 12 years back in MP, and it was a very successful decision to start here, having several advantages that the location is in the center, so the logistic to all across India is economic, and also we have several professional suppliers in and around Pithampur. But what we still feel in Luong that this is the first time we have got this type of platform where we are going to meet all kind of sellers and the professional suppliers. This was missing in the past. Being in Pithampur, being in MP for last more than 12 years, still more than 80% of our material comes from out of MP. We hardly know or hardly connect with any supplier out of Pithampur, for example, Devas, Bhopal, or for any other region of MP. So this is a very good opportunity for all of us to interact, to understand each other's potential and what we can offer and how we can collaborate together and create some exceptional values for the customers together. In this tough time when industry is going through the commodity increase, there are a lot of global challenges in the supply chain. It is only possible for all of us to survive by keeping the end user in the center and trying to collaborate between direct customers. For the suppliers or for the vendor partners, their direct customer is OEM, but in the end, our end user is the end user who uses the equipment. So if we focus to make the end user successful, definitely our direct customer and ourselves, we all will be successful. So with this, I would ask Mr. Bineet to take on, and we will further discuss more.
Taking this further, I would now request Mr. Gideal to take this further. Introducing John Deere. John Deere is an American corporation that manufactures agricultural machinery, heavy equipment, forestry machinery, diesel engines, drivetrains, that is axle, transmission, gearboxes, used in heavy equipment and lawn care equipment. It is listed as 87th in the Fortune 500 America's ranking and was ranked 329th in the global ranking. The easy-to-use technology helps deliver results on this job site. The company provides financial services and other related activities. It is a great opportunity for us to know about John Deere and look at the potential, how we can start working with do something with John Deere. To remind you all, after this session, we will be having a B2B session just next to this seminar hall. The prior appointments have been taken, people have taken prior appointments. And if people have still missed taking appointments, if there is time, they can still meet the company representative. Sir.
Thank you, Puneet. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here and inviting us for this important session. Also like to thank MPIDC for giving us an opportunity to participate in this important auto show. It's a important session as we are able to meet, interact, understand each other's expectation better and evaluate business opportunities. So Puneet, I think your question was more on John Deere. So John Deere is a global leader in agriculture and equipments. We are one of the largest companies in the world and more than 180 years old company, headquartered in Moline. We have 43 factories around the world, and in India we have 2 factories, one in Pune, that's where we are headquartered in India, and the other one is in Devas. In Devas, our most of the production is for the domestic market, but in terms of standards, there is no differentiation for exports or domestic market. We use absolutely the same standards for producing these tractors. And today we have a John Deere team here. Along with me, I have my colleague, Mr. Kamesh Sharma. I would like to introduce you to him. Mr. Kamesh Sharma is responsible for the Devas factory operations. We have Shivam Joshi. Shivam is a supply management lead at Devas factory. And in the presentation that we have, we will share more about our contacts so that you can connect with them.
I also have two of our supply management leaders, Mr. Rajesh Edlabadkar and Mr. Rohit Sharma. Yeah. So we have a team of about 155 people as far as supply management is concerned. Most of the operational team members are located at the factories, and strategic sourcing and other central functions within the supply management area are located at Pune. So in terms of interaction, we'll share our contacts and you can interact with us either at Devas factory, we'll be providing the contacts, or at Pune. Okay. Other than the two factories, we also have technology center, which is in Pune, and we have some other operations. As Puneet was mentioning, we have our own finance company where we finance our own products. That's called as John Deere Finance. Okay. What business opportunities we offer to the suppliers is, one is the domestic business, that is the business that we do for our requirements for India. Then we have businesses for export, that is global sourcing. So the suppliers who really perform very well and the opportunity is given to participate at the global level. That's the second one. This is more on the direct side. Then we also have indirect materials and services where we have our supply base. So those are some of the broad opportunities which are there. Yeah, thanks.
Now I request Mr. Sandeep to share his presentation. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can take it.
Okay. Thank you for being patient with us. So now I would like to introduce more about Liugong. But before we talk about Liugong, I want to give a perspective of the industry, why we are in India and why we believe that there is a huge potential in India. An economy which is moving toward becoming a 5 trillion economy, one of the fastest growing economy in the whole world, despite having the challenges of COVID and all other sort of international challenges. India have a dream. It's India's time, India's dream. So at the same time, Liugong see itself being partnered in India's dream, and we have our time coming with India's time. Strategic location, as sir has highlighted, India does not have the potential only for the domestic market, but because of our strategic location, we have the potential for the export of finished product as well as the export of component. We also export the machine. At the same time, we have started buying from India and exporting to our global manufacturing centers, including China. we all always listen and we all always believe that the manufacturing in China is very competitive. But how India is evolving, how Indian manufacturers are evolving, there are several fields where even the Indian suppliers are becoming more competitive even to the China. So we are exporting from India to China. About the population, we all know what is the strength of India and what is the advantage of having this population, especially the young population. So Liugong see this as an advantage, as an opportunity to provide the employment and to utilize this energy for India and for the whole world. But if you see in India's whole economy, the contribution of manufacturing or the contribution of industry is still not that big. Still our economy is more than 50% driven by the service segment. So this is the need where we need to have more focus and more drive from the manufacturing, which is more sustainable mode of economic growth. So under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the current government, India has seen good growth in last several years, and we see tremendous prospects and potential in the coming years. If we talk about this industry, we are talking about construction and the mining industry. We have highways, we have the roads, we have the rural roads, railway, irrigation. All sort of sectors are there which are key for nation's growth, and construction equipment, what Liugong and other construction equipment manufacturers are producing, are essential for the growth of these industries. We all know what is the importance of growth of automotives. We all know what is the importance of commercial vehicle. But at the same time, for the growth of a nation, infrastructure growth, agriculture growth is essential. Hence, the growth of construction equipment is there. There is no any doubt that what is the future of this industry. If we see, there is a huge investment coming in from the government for the construction equipment, or we can say for the infrastructure segment. So Liugong see this opportunity, and we want to partner with our supplier partner to take this opportunity, to seize this opportunity, to create the values for the end user, for our partners, our supply partner, our channel partners also. Liugong have the solution, not products. We believe in the solution, so we have solution for infrastructure, mining, for the construction, and for the agriculture. For all these segments, we don't sell one or two or three products. We sell product in the form of solution, the complete solutions. So Liugong in India is producing wheel loaders, excavator, motor grader, soil compactor. Dozer and forklifts are two products which we are importing. Liugong was the first manufacturer of motor grader in India, and we are still the largest and number one manufacturer of motor grader in India. In the wheel loader also, we were the first to bring the full range of wheel loader in India in 2008-2009, and now after 10 years of serving the customer, partnering with our supplier partners, we have become number one in this segment in India, in the wheel loaders. Excavator and compactors, these are the two new products which we have introduced in last 3 years, and we are still in the phase of ramp up where we need our supply partners to come together and help us build this business. If we talk about CE, why we should have the trust in this industry, India is growing fast, but we still know that we are far behind from the developed nations. But still you can see this industry, construction equipment industry, is the fourth largest industry in whole world. So imagine when India will be at full swing, India will be close to a developed nation, what will be the size of this industry? Hence, if we invest now, whole India, there are more than 50 OEMs who are selling the construction equipment, but only handful, only 2 of them produce in MP, Liugong, and our neighbor Case. So we are proud to select MP Pithampur as our manufacturing hub. The culture, the environment, frankly speaking, now when we talk to the talent, when we take the interview, the first point they the talent talk or we highlight is, oh, Indore is the cleanest city. So more and more people see this as a future where they want to settle, where they want the job. So it's very easy, and it's very easy to find the talent, good talent in Pithampur, in MP, especially in Indore, because of the changes which happened in last several years, especially last 5 years in MP. So this gives us more confidence. 2 years, 3 years back, Liugong was thinking of investing, and we were thinking of investing somewhere closer to the ports, somewhere in the coastal states. But now after last 2-3 years changes, Liugong is looking forward to invest again and invest in MP, invest close to where we are right now. So the current manufacturing facility is spanned over 49 acres, and we are going to double it in next 3 years. India is a huge market, we all know it. The market, sea industry is growing, also is evident from the data. But competition is there. More than 50 OEMs are selling construction equipment. This also is evident. And the customer of construction equipment, I would say they don't just use the machines, they abuse the machines. So our products are designed and developed in a fashion that they will be able to withstand that abuse. The customer expectation in this industry is not to use the equipment for 3 years, 5 years, but even for 10 years, 30,000, 40,000 hours. So we always want the partners who have this type of ambitions, who want to create this type of solution for the end user, which will withstand this type of abusive environment for 5 to 10 years also. This is market, this is opportunity. This is opportunity for OEM, this is the opportunity for the seller, for our supplier partners. Liugong decided to seize this opportunity not by just going to the market and doing the marketing, but by really utilizing the advantage of India, by utilizing the advantage of India's supply chain, India's talent, especially the strategic location of Madhya Pradesh. Liugong started its journey in countries, and we have the manufacturing bases around the world in 4 countries: India, Poland, USA and Brazil. India being the largest overseas manufacturing center for Liugong, we started our journey in 2002. Over a period of time, we invested, we launched new product lines. Now we produce around 2,500 machines per year, and our revenue in financial calendar year 2021 was 1,000 crore. This is just the beginning. This is just the tip of iceberg. What we are looking for from India is not the revenue, is not the market share, it's not the number. We are looking for the customer's pride. We are looking for a position where customer would want to associate with Liugong, would want to use Liugong's products, services and solution and feel proud about it. We want an image where employee would want to work for Liugong, supply partner would want to associate with Liugong. That is the kind of position we want. In order to have pride, we need to win or achieve the loyalty of customers. We need a repeat buyers. For this, we need the suppliers. We need the supply partner to partner with us to provide the reliable solutions. Like I said, this is not an industry where customer use the machine. This is the industry where customer abuse the machine. And all they say is, you sold knowing that it will work in the mining, so don't complain about it. So the max we can do is to educate the customer how to use it, but still we cannot avoid the misuse or abuse. So all our supply partner, we always have this first expectation that these products are going to work in the harshest condition around the country, around the weathers, around the globe also. So we need our partners who have this type of strong heart, who are willing to challenge this type of industry environment. Liugong in India have one manufacturing base, it is in the Pithampur, one R&D base, it is also in the Pithampur, and we have 2 regional parts depots, 4 regional offices and 30 plus dealers across India. Globally, we have 13,500 plus employees, 13 overseas subsidiary, 17 regional centers, and 20 manufacturing facilities. Out of 20, 16 are based in China and 4 are overseas facility. If we talk about our product line in India, we have wheel loader, we have excavators, we have bulldozer, we have motor grader, we have roller. This is the product line which we promote as a complete solution. We don't promote them as a product, but a complete solution. So we have the solution for road, for construction, for mining, for material handling, and for the hoisting also. More interestingly, what we produce in India is wheel loader, excavator, motor grader, and soil compactors. We are the largest manufacturers of wheel loader and motor grader in the country. For the excavator and compactor, we started 3 years back. At present, we have the market share of close to 4%. So these products, when we say we produce in India, we don't just assemble in India. We all know if we want to compete in India, we have to utilize India's advantage, India's supply chain advantage. So we really do the manufacturing in India. For the wheel loader and for the motor grader, our localization rate is 70 plus percent is the localization rate. For excavator and compactor, it is 90%. In today's world, when one container is costing us $6,000, it's not possible to survive just through the import or buying from China or anywhere around the world. So we really are making in India, but just like I said, in India also we are spending a lot to bring the part from Jamshedpur, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, whereas we can find the supply partner, whereas we can find the partner in and around MP, Pithampur. So this is the first time, really, I used to speak to my team is also here, that do you know the partners in Devas, Bhopal or not? So very few of them really knew who are the suppliers in Devas, Bhopal, or for that matter, anywhere in MP. So we have a handful of supplier, which we call the backbone supplier in Pithampur, MP, Indore, who are ready anytime 24/7 whenever we need anything in the urgency also. Even after having 70 to 75% local content, the cost is still a big challenge because it is still coming from out of MP. The transportation cost, logistic cost, everything is getting added. So we encourage all the sellers, all the partners to come together and find the potential. Liugong believes that we want to do what we do best, to understand the customer, understand the market, design the product and market the product. So rest we want our partners to do. Anything which a supplier can do better than Liugong, we want to offload all that activities. We don't want to do anything in-house if any partner can do that better than us or can meet the same level also. So this is our manufacturing base in Pithampur, which is spread across a 45-acre land. So we have the fabrication facility, we have the assembly facility, and a complete testing and like finishing facilities are also there. This facility is producing 2,500 plus equipment every year, and in the next 2 years, by 2024, we are planning to double this capacity to 5,000 units. From India, at the moment, we are exporting to all South Asian countries except Pakistan and Afghanistan. And in future, in near future, within this year, we have the plan to export to Middle East, Africa, and some Southeast Asian countries also. So this is not Liugong's export. This is the export of all our supply partners who will associate with Liugong, who will partner with Liugong. We have a world-class manufacturing facility in Pithampur, one of its kind in whole world, where we produce more than 10 models on one assembly line or 3 different product line. Wheel loader, motor grader, soil compactor, all these products are produced on one assembly line. So Liugong is really pioneering the manufacturing. We really want to focus on the manufacturing, not to produce the component in-house. Right now, 80% of our heavy fabrication is in-house. We want partners to come closer and do this job with us, for us, so that we could focus on the intelligent manufacturing, we could focus on the R&D, we could focus on how to understand the customer closely. The Indian talent, as I highlighted, it is not that we feel bad that the company is from China, but we want to feel the proud that it's an Indian company, it's built in India, it is serving Indian customer, and it's run by Indian peoples, Indian employees. So all our technical staff, our engineering staff, our management people are Indian, and most of them are in and around in MP. However, we promote the global talent also. So we are acquiring the global talent also for Liugong in India. Talking about manufacturing, just in the beginning I highlighted. One is that India have the market. India have the consumer market, largest population and largest youngest population. So need of infrastructure, need of construction equipment, need of supply chain. But the other advantage what we see in India is its supply chain. But still you can see several components are still being imported from USA, Germany, Brazil and Korea, all these places. In last 2 years, it is proven a strong supply chain, the supplier closer to us, the more better. Disruption in the supply chain, disruption in container availability, disruption in shipment, totally disrupts whole business. So Liugong started business in 2009. We focused on localization, we focused on building our partners in India, helped us to survive and win in last 2 years when everybody was facing the challenge of supplies across the globe. We were having our strong, reliable partner near us who continued to help us running our supply chain, our lines. So right now we buy most of the material from Pune, Bangalore, Chennai, Pithampur, Jamshedpur. Nothing wrong in it. But there is a cost to it. Cost of management, cost of transportation, and the cost of energy. The energy every day engineers, manager has to spend to understand what is happening so far away from us. There is no any visibility, transparency, what is happening. So we want our partner near us where we could see, we could meet and we could understand what is happening at their place, whether they are doing good or not. Our partners globally, we are partner with Cummins. We have a JV with Cummins in China to produce the engines. Same way in India, we have a very close cooperation with Cummins for the engines. We have JV with ZF from Germany. We have JV with Rexroth for the hydraulic components in China. We have JV with Wulin, who is the cabin manufacturer for Chevrolet and all key car manufacturers in China. But in India also, we have our close partners, Cummins, ZF, Kawasaki, Wipro, Rexroth, SAIL, Kirloskar. So we buy material from India. Coming to MP, we also have a reliable partner, but not enough, not sufficient. We have several partners in MP. We treat them as our backbone because they are always there, always available whenever needed. But we need more partners because business is expanding. The partners are already overloaded and we need more suppliers. This is the kind of component which we are producing either in-house or importing from all across country, or some of them are imported from the overseas also. So this is the portfolio where we need our supply partners. Heavy fabrication, sheet metals, undercarriage and casting parts, major hydraulic parts, electrical and AC system. Liugong doesn't have any special criteria for the supplier selection. We don't have so many complex processes. All we care about is a basic QCD. We don't believe in high quality or low quality. We believe that quality is a thin line. Anything on or above that line is acceptable. Anything below that is not acceptable. So we don't say it's a high quality or low quality supplier. We have a clear guideline. Anything on and above is okay. For the cost also, we all know the challenges across the industry for the cost. We don't have very special expectation. Our earning, our business growth is not by reducing the margins of supplier or by taking from the supplier. Our growth, our margins are how we provide exceptional values to the customer, how we market our product, how we are able to deliver the maximum value to the customers. So for the cost also, we don't have special criteria, but it should be win-win. The customer should be ready to pay what our supplier wants from us. Customer will not pay for supplier's good facility, for supplier's high operating overheads. Customer will pay only for what value he is getting. Delivery. Usually, globally, everybody is shifting to just in time, but time has proven that this industry is not ready for just in time. Still, we are dependent on the global supply chains. Still, we are dependent on the supply which is coming from 2000 kilometers. Pandemic, all type of disasters, it is not possible for just in time. So in deliveries also, our criteria are very flexible. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month's inventories. So with this, I want to again request and propose this to our business partner, our supply chain partners. See the opportunity. Liugong is ready to invest together. Liugong is ready to provide you the space, location together. Liugong is planning to build an industrial park where supplier can come and work together with us in and around our premises. So if you all have any questions about Liugong, about Liugong's product portfolio, about the supply opportunities, our team is here from the Liugong. Pawan, Jayant, Ajit. So the team can interact with you in later on the session. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. You have shown changed the perspective that Liugong is an Indian company, and we should be proud working with you.
Right.
Thank you. Now I will request Mr. Yuldial to please take it further. And
Good job. So good afternoon all, and again my name is Amit Gildial, and me and my team, we are responsible for supply management for India and Southeast Asia region. And something which I explained earlier, we have 2 factories, and right now the discussions that we are having is for our Devas facility. So we have suppliers who have set up plants for us very close to the Devas facility, and we also have suppliers who are already present in this area, and they have expanded their capacities and capabilities to cater to our requirements. Deere is known for being the best quality tractor manufacturers. Our products are the most reliable products, and we take a lot of pride about that. So I'll share in the slides what was requested, more on what is the process of selecting the business partners. We are, I would say, we have a very defined criteria for supplier selection, and there are a lot of extensive audits that we do, because a supplier addition or a business partner addition is like an addition into the family. So you really need to be sure that that is for the mutual benefit of the organization which is coming on board and for us. So I'll start with that. I hope this works. Okay, so Deere is a Fortune 500 company, and we are amongst the top 100 companies in the world. We were founded in 1837, and we were founded by a blacksmith called John Deere. Innovation has been at the core of our foundation, and we have taken innovation as a legacy for us. Keep innovating the products with keeping the customer in mind. We are present in about 70 countries, and from India, from our Pune facility, we export to over 100 countries, and bulk of the export comes from US and European region. Some of the success stories for eminent industries in MP. along going with the show for the auto show. Talking a little bit more about Devas Works. So we have an integrated manufacturing facility. We produce our own transmissions. We have a paint shop for painting of transmission as well as the entire tractor. And then we have a vehicle assembly plant. We do not manufacture engines here. Engines are manufactured in our central facility in Pune and provided to our facility in Devas. We have about 97 acres of land and a capacity of 72,000 tractors per year. What we mostly produce here are the 5000 series. What is 5000 series is tractors ranging from 35 to 75 horsepower, which is mostly called as 5D and the 5E series of tractors. Those are some of the pictures that you see from the various shops, and we have Mr. Kamesh Sharma here, so in case if you have more detailed question about the facility, he surely can answer them. Some more information that was requested of us. Our leader in India is Mr. Shailendra Jagtap. I report into him. He is our managing director and country head. In terms of products, as I explained, this is we produce agriculture equipments, and some of the unique products are again tractors. We started production in the year 2013 at Devas and have been successfully ramping up with the support from our business partners like you. In terms of our supply base, if you are working with Deere, what kind of opportunities exist and what kind of supply base do we use? So one is for the Pune plant, where we produce tractors starting from 30 horsepower up to 120 horsepower. Devas plant, again 30 to now 65 HP tractors. Sarhind is a facility where we make our combined harvesters up in the north. Then we have a parts distribution center. We have now a new parts distribution center coming up in Indore, and we have right now the parts distribution center which is in Nagpur. Wordgin is also a Deere-owned company, and I think we compete in the road construction area with Liubong, something which our friend was explaining. And about 40 Deere global units are supplied from India. So in terms of global sourcing, the same India supply management team helps the suppliers for setting up global sourcing business. It's like an extended supply chain for all the units who are present. Some of the key commodity areas, first is the casting or the foundry industry, because tractors use a lot of castings. By the basic nature of the product, you need weight on this particular equipment. And casting is an area which there is still a deficiency as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned in terms of large foundries, which are right now not there. I'm hoping that in future we are able to see more opportunities to source castings, heavy castings from nearby to our Devas plant. Machine component, this is also an area of opportunity for us. There are lots of machining components that we use. So India within the John Deere world is considered to be an area of expertise globally when it comes to drivetrains. And from our Pune facility, we not only export tractors, but we also export drivetrains. Gear shafts, metal fabrication, sheet metal, plastic rubbers, a lot of proprietary hydraulic, electrical, electronics is required on the tractors. Also paint chemicals, bulk materials, plant consumable and services. What you see highlighted are some of the areas that we feel that there is still a larger opportunity which exists for sourcing from nearby and within MP. Now, in terms of the sourcing process, this was specifically requested, so we have a little detailed slide on this. So I can spend some more time on this particular slide. So everything starts with the sourcing strategy. What strategy we have as a sourcing strategy from here in India and as part of the global strategy. So we roll up, the India Supply Management Group rolls up as part of the global supply management, and so our strategies are aligned. So what that means is that if there are particular commodities, if there are particular areas, then not only in India but we globally define to source it from those particular suppliers. So first is the footprint. What should be the footprint? How close should be the suppliers for sourcing for us? And what is the need for a new supplier? Like I said, we are a little selective in terms of adding new suppliers, so there has to be a strong reason. And that reason could be new technology, that reason could be better quality, that reason could be better cost or something. It has to be a very strong reason for us to add new suppliers. Then there is a assessment of the new suppliers before they are really onboarded, and then there is an onboarding process. So how do we onboard those suppliers and make them part of DEAR? Because once you are part of DEAR, you have tremendous amount of access. You will have your own logins. You can access our systems, processes, and many things which are proprietary to us. Then we have the evaluation, training, and the audits and approvals process. Quality system audit, process audits. We'll do special process audits. So like welding is a special process audit, a special process for us, or painting is a special process, heat treatment is a special process. So we are very interested in understanding the entire process and assessing the capabilities of those processes to ensure that we are getting a good quality, consistent quality product. We do not believe in doing the receipt inspection of the products. So the process has to be robust. That is the reason we spend a lot of energy in the process audits. Financial assessments, we want to tie up with companies who could invest, who have the financial wherewithal to really work with us closely, invest, and that you are making money and you are profitable, which is also very important for a healthy supplier-buyer relationship. Sustainability, this has an ever-increasing focus on what we are doing for the environment, how we are designing new products, how processes we are adopting, and how sustainable they are. Of course, we'll have discussion about the commercials, then detailed review of what our technical requirements are, part development process, and the PPAP approvals. I'm sure many of you would be fully aware of that. Performance monitoring is very important for us. We'll continue to monitor performance. We have a supplier development team that will handhold you, that they will bring you up to speed. And we have a process, and it's a global process where we will categorize the suppliers. So what I mean, let us say we take an example of metal fabrication. So metal fabrication suppliers globally, India suppliers, every China suppliers, you name that country, wherever we are sourcing, they all will be clubbed in one area, and then they will be rated. And we will tell you exactly in which quadrille you are falling. We want to work with the best of the suppliers globally. Okay, you all are competing on a global scale. So India has its own advantages, but then the competition landscape is global. You don't have to be competitive and capable only in India, but on a global scale. So we will tell you where you are mapped, and we'll also work with you to bring you up to the speed. There are several other programs. I'll not go into more details. New businesses, global sourcing, and achieving excellence. Now, this achieving excellence is a program of assessment. It's a yearly process. Of course, there are deliverables on the half-yearly basis. My interaction with within the industry, not only in India but globally, this program is rated as one of the best programs globally available, called Achieving Excellence, where there are many facets, and it's a very objective way of rating the suppliers. The underlying principles are very simple. The better you are in achieving excellence, the more you achieve, you have better chances of getting more business from us. Now, these are some of the key expectations from our side. Integrity, quality, commitment, and innovation. These are our core values, and we live with these core values, and this is the only way how we do business. These 4 core values have to be there in our business partners. Sound business processes. The business processes have to be really sound and in line with what the requirements are of the land regulation. A strong process and consistency, I spoke about that. You should have a drive to improve continuously on new technology adoptions, best-in-class quality levels, and obviously at optimal cost. Module level focus, how you can grow not only at component level but at module level. We invite you for having your footprints close to our facility. Logistics, risk, travel, lot of costs otherwise can be eliminated, and we can work more closely. The closer you are to our facility, and here we are talking about you being close to the Devas facility. First time right and a continuous product improvement support. This is what we request. Okay. Yeah. Would like to thank you all for your patience listening, and Shivam Joshi, who is our supply management manager here in Devas, is the direct contact for you on a continuous basis. These are the details. We will be leaving behind these details, and then we have various of our commodity managers, like for casting, hydraulics, metal fabrication, we have Mr. Kulkarni. Then similarly we have Anand, Jaydev, and Manoj Deshpande for indirect materials and services. These are the contacts. We will leave these contacts behind so that if you are interested, we can surely evaluate. So that's all what I have here. I have gone with what was requested from me for the session, but if you have any other questions, we could take those questions, whatever the process is. Puneet, thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir has been very kind enough to share the opportunities and expectations. And it is always good working with John Deere. It's my experience, and we should look for the opportunities. We can take few questions as we are running late, and after that we'd have the B2B meeting. If we can take 1 or 2 questions, if somebody has something in mind, please. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving information about Liugong and John Deere. My name is Aniket Savji, and I am representing Sunbeam Industries from Nasik. I have just one question for Amit sir. In your presentation, you mentioned footprint is one criteria, and also optimal cost. Now we are operating into machine components. We are supplying to a Korean company called Hyosung. We are supplying to Atlas Copco. All those parts are exported abroad. We are also giving to some automotive companies. So in these machine components, there are a lot of post processes. There's heat treatment, there's plating, there's grinding. So if we are to move near your plants, we would need an ecosystem for us to give you an optimal cost. Now, for that to happen, maybe the purpose of this auto show is, to work in that direction. But initially, would you be considering us supplying from our locations, and maybe in a staged manner, we could shift out here?
So, first of all, thank you for asking me that question. This question was posed to us in 2011-12, a lot. Okay, that there is no infrastructure of supporting industries. So my request to people here would be that, yes, the industries require more tier 2, tier 3 processes which are very, very important. But I can tell you one thing, that we worked with the suppliers and industries here, and lot of these processes now we have approved suppliers. Okay. So heat treatment, painting, machining, we've been able to make headway. I mean, have we achieved everything? The answer is absolutely no. But we have made headways, and if you are keen at doing something here, by all means we can discuss and see, and also connect you to those tier 2 suppliers where you can understand their capabilities and bring them up to speed if they are already not there. Yeah?
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I think we are good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Amit sir. Thank you, Sandeep ji, for your address. And
very much,
thank you, sir. Request you to people who have already taken appointment with B2B meeting to move next hall for their further interaction with the two customers, two buyers. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Sound please. Thank you. Thank you, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, MPIDC. Thanks, CII, CIAM, ACMA, and all the part of that organizing team for inviting JBM Group to be associated with such a auto show. We are really privileged to be the part of the first auto show of Madhya Pradesh. I'm really looking for extremely good, fruitful discussions with all our potential supplier partners in this discussion in the next, 2 hours discussion after this presentation. And also we have a stall in this. So later on also we can communicate with each other. I am Deepak Gupta. I am corporate purchase head, so on behalf of JBM Group, I'll give you basically, brief overview of the JBM Group and about the, buying potential of our JBM side. So in my presentation, I'll cover JBM Group, then the about that auto components business, what JBM is doing, then what is the business potential, which we are going to have with all of you as the potential supplier partners that I'll be covering. Then I'll be covering on that what kind of facilities we have in Indore. We have auto components manufacturing plant, we have agri implements plant, we have tool room facilities here. So I'll be giving you a brief of what kind of facilities we have. And then the sourcing process, how we can have supplier induction in our base, and how we can have that business transactions with all of you. Then finally we can take the question and answer. The JBM Group, it's a global conglomerate with $2.2 billion of turnover. We are into auto components and systems. We are into CNG bus manufacturing. We are into EV ecosystems. We are making electric buses. We are also having EV charging infrastructure where we are having the basically EV charging stations for buses and for other various segments of the automotive. Then we are into that agri implements. We are making the rotavators, potato planters, all such agri implement for our esteemed customers. Then we are into tooling business. This group was founded in 1983. We are having a global workforce of more than 25,000. Is a revenue, as I told, $2.2 billion group. We are having 20 international alliances. We are having a good presence in the European, US, and other continents. This is headquartered in Delhi, NCR. JBM Group has more than 60 manufacturing plants pan-India. We have 10 plus power plant. We have a renewable energy plant. We have solar panel plants. We have waste to energy plants. So more than 10 plus power plants we have pan-India. We have 20. We are present in the 25 global locations. You can see, we are present in the European countries and US, in China. We have 5 engineering design centers, and we are exporting to around 25 countries. We have many global alliances. We have technical alliances. We have joint ventures with many companies. Like in many companies in Japan, like with Futaba, we have technical agreements with Hamamatsu Pipe, Kanimitsu. Likewise, many companies in Europe, we have many alliances, and likewise, in China and US, we have many alliances. Our group basically is have that foundation on the vision, values, and tip approach. The vision is enabling leadership in our business by creating an agile environment that delivers excellence and delight to stakeholders through the power of people, innovation, and technology. We are in the values. We are a highly, integrity and ethics oriented company. We basically value ownership and commitment. We value, respect and teamwork. Customer trust. Customer is the first, for any kind of, business. and we work on the safe and the green environment. On the tip approach, it is basically, and we are working on that, enhancing the technology in our products by having the design and simulation in the products. We have a one-stop solution for any kind of requirement in the sheet metal business. We are enabling innovation. We are having industry 4.0 in digitization. Many automations are basically are there in our plants. And empowering people is the first and the foremost thing that people we consider this as a major asset to us. JBM Group is into that OEM business. We are manufacturing buses, CNG buses and the electrical buses also. We are having a capacity of 2,000 buses per annum, which we are increasing it to 7,000 per annum. And going forward, it will be more than 10,000 buses per annum. So we are having a plant in NCR, 2 plants we already have, and 1 already will be coming up by this year. So we have basically around 1,000 CNG buses and 500 EV buses which are running on roads in Delhi, Noida, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Bangalore. So these are the buses which you can see. We have already also displayed bus in Hall B. You can see that. So this is a 12 meter CNG buses under the name of CD Life. So this is running in Noida, Gurgaon and Delhi. So this is the CNG buses. We call it the tarmac. Which are associated with the airlines, which are basically operating in the airports. So we have given many buses to Indigo and SpiceJet Airlines. For the schools also, our buses are running like Lancer International School has our buses. We are making 9 meters electric buses also under the name of Eco Life. So these buses are running in Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Port Blair and Bangalore. The 12 meters electrical buses are also there under the name of Eco Life again. These are running in Mumbai and Delhi. So as I told you, we are into that electric vehicle charging infrastructure. It is a complete, infrastructure, covering all the segments of the vehicles. So we are into clean energy generation. Here we are having, solar energy plant in Jalgaon and in other parts of the country. We are into that energy storage system where lithium ion energy is stored and then it is utilized when it is required. We are into charging infrastructure where all segments of the vehicle will be charged as and when required. Then e-vehicles I already touched upon. We are into that making of that buses which. So it's a complete holistic approach in that EV covered all the segments of the vehicle. Now coming on to the auto components business, we as a supplier, as a tier 1 supplier is supplying to all the automotive segments, all the automotive players which are there in the market in some or the other way. We are into two-wheelers, we are into commercial vehicles, we are into passenger vehicles, we are into agri segments, we are supplying to railways, we are into contract manufacturing. So we are number 1 in India in the sheet metal chassis parts. These are some of the parts which we have shown. We are making the skin panels. So skin panels in the vehicles is the very critical part. We are the major Indian manufacturer for the skin panel. So we are working for Fiat, we are working for Stellantis, that is a PSA and FCA alliance. We are working for many other customers for the skin panels. Like you can see we are into manufacturing of hood, fender parts, which are extremely critical for that quality and from appearance point of view. We are into making the welding assemblies, any kind of critical assemblies. The JBM is the source for that. We basically have made that rear underbody assembly, fender assembly, all kind of critical assemblies, axle assembly we are making for our esteemed customers. So we are manufacturing roughly around 2 million assemblies per day. These are some of the other assemblies, this hood front assembly, fender assembly, this we are doing for our tractor business. For frame body, muffler assembly, swing arm assembly, this we are doing for our two-wheeler, partners, two-wheeler customer partners. Again, we are making, the 2 million assemblies per day, like I told you. We are into the making of CNG cylinders. So we have our plant in NCR where we are manufacturing the cylinders and supplying to Maruti Suzuki as our esteemed customer. So we are making roughly 1.5 lakh of cylinders annually. As I told you earlier, we are into the railways also. We are supplying many products to them. Like these are some of the products which have been shown here. We are into door assemblies, the in-swing bus door, out-swing bus door, railways coach door. So all these kind of doors are made by JBM Group. We are into contract manufacturing also. Like the Bolero which you see on that road of Mahindra, this complete Bolero body, BIW body is made by JBM Group. We make the body, we paint the body, we do the ED coating, we paint it, top coat is also done by the JBM and then is given to Mahindra. So they do all kind of assembly like fitting of all the seat, tires and all such things and basically sold in the market. So likewise we are doing this contract manufacturing for Bajaj. So we are making this complete three-wheeler, all welding completely done by JBM Group, painted, given to Bajaj for assembly. So we are supplying more than 3.5 lakhs SUVs and LCVs to our OEMs partners. As I said, we have a one-stop solution for all any kind of business in the sheet metal industry. So we have 6 tool rooms pan India basically in that NCR region, in the Pune region. We have one tool room in our Indore also under the name of Indore Tooling Private Limited. So we can make all kind of tools ranging from any up to 980 megapascal. And also we are basically developing the capability of making that 1180 megapascal tools. So we can make any kind of tools, any kind of critical part dies can be made. So we are making for transfer press dies, we are making for skin panel dies which we have made for PSA also, we have made for Fiat also. So we have made for high tensile parts also as I told you. So all these are customers, you name any customer and we are there. So this is the area of interest for all of you. This is the business potential which I am going to discuss with all of you. So as I said, we are present in all the segments. So first of all, JBM Group is basically aligned with that automotive growth. So as we see that in that last year basically there is a 3 million sales of the vehicles which have happened, and it is expected that in the next 3 years it will be crossing 4 million. So we are also basically as I said that alignment is there, so that whatever the turnover is there, so that much potential in the growth of the turnover is there. That is the likely purchase is also going to be increased by that much percentage. In the commercial vehicles also 7.16 lakh of vehicles were sold last year, and is expected to be more than 10 lakh in the next 3 years time. So on the buying potential we are buying the raw metals. In the raw metals we are buying the all kind of flat steel, CR steel, HR steel, the tubes, the long frames, all kind of this steel we are buying. We are roughly buying around 700,000 metric ton of steel every year. So we are the largest buyer of steel from the steel mills in India, other than the first is basically Maruti Suzuki. On the BOP side, the bought out part side, we are getting a lot of part from our supplier partners. We are getting the sheet metal part mainly, as we are primarily into the sheet metal business. So a lot of our components come from that outside suppliers. Then we buy tubular parts, we buy fasteners, we buy machining parts, and we get all surface treatment done and all kind of that part we buy from our supplier partners. We have roughly around more than 600 our supplier partners who are supplying these direct parts, with a buying of roughly around 2200 crore. We buy a lot of consumables and machine maintenance spares items also, like we buy MIG wire, we buy paint items, we buy abrasive safety items, oil, and all kind of electrical items. So here again we have a lot of suppliers. It is more than 1,000 suppliers we have in our SIP kitty, and there's a buying of 300 crore which is done last year. And then we have a capex buying. We buy trolleys, tools, dies, all kind of capex basically purchase have been there in the group. We buy from we give orders to our in-house tool room also, but we buy a lot of requirement we take from that outside also. So overall, if I see that the purchase potential is 7,000 crore of purchase have been done last year, financial year 21-22. And we are expecting it to be increased by more than 20% in the next 2 years' time. So these are some of the components which we are buying. You can see that sheet metal is the primarily area where 70% of our buying from our supplier partners in the sheet metal category. Then we buy that machine parts and fasteners, tubulars. So and these are some of the pictures of that part which we have shown, like LPS parts, the heavy HPS parts, heavy pressing parts, the tubular parts, forging parts. So all these sort of parts we buy from our supplier partners. These are some of the consumable categories which we have basically shown, where we buy like MIG wire, brazing wire, gases, paints, as I mentioned in my last that slide. So a lot of abrasive safety items, cutting tools. So a lot of these items we keep on buy So here is some of the pictures of that items have been there. So so there is a lot of potential of buying. I hope you people may be seeing that what kind of association you can have with the JBM group in maybe any or many of these parts items. As I said that we buy fixtures, the receiving gauges, the trolleys, the press tools. So these kind of purchases have been there. This is for buses. So here we buy a lot of components as aggregates. So a lot of imports have been there. Then the aggregation is done by our local suppliers. So here again it's a business potential is there. So we are looking for a supplier partner who can basically make these parts, these items in the domestic market. Is again another set of parts you can see that battery cooling system, traction cooling system. So all these parts we buy for our bus division. These are again some specific components, the fuse items, contactors, relays, connectors. So all these items which we keep on buying in that buses. And there is a huge potential in the buses, as I explained you that our expansion is going to be there up to that scale of 7,000 buses per annum, which will again go to 12,000 buses. So here we have mentioned that some key specific requirements. Here you can see if anything basically pertains to you if you people are interested in any of this. So we look for suppliers in these categories, like electric air compressors, induction motors, high voltage fuses, relays. So these if anything is of interest to you, we can have a discussion on these items. Now I invite my colleague Mr. Naresh Mittal to take it forward.
Thank you, Deepak ji. First of all, once more, thanks to Madhya Pradesh government, MIDC, CI, and other associates. I am Naresh Mittal. I am the regional sourcing head of JVM Group. As Deepak ji mentioned, 4 plants in your clean city Indore. Out of that, 2 is related to auto component business, 1 is agri business, and 1 for tool room. Automotive business, we are running our plant in the name of JVM Auto, and our valued customer is Volvo Eicher, Eicher Tafe, Mahindra, Atul Auto, and Force Motor. We have a LPS facility as well as HPS facility in this plant. In Unit 1, we have a LPS facility. In this, 200 mechanical press, 160 ton mechanical press, 110 mechanical press with cushion force. In HPS line, 1200 hydraulic press, 2 numbers of 1200 hydraulic press, 1 number of 1000 mechanical press, and 3 numbers of 630 ton mechanical press. In same way, in Unit 2, we have a press of 1 number of 1050 ton mechanical press and 3 numbers 500 ton mechanical press. In weld shop line, we have a cabin weld shop line, fuel tank line, cross member line, paint shop. It is wet on wet paint shop. It is cowl weld line in Unit 2. In facility, we have a IT gun of around 74 IT gun of Techna Weld. We have a SSW machine from Weldcon. We have a stud welding machine, MIG welding machine, and others machine also there. Our product range is exhaust tank, fuel tank, mufflers, fuel tank cover, roof, lid outer, and lid inners. Cowl assembly, cross member, C-section cross member, round section cross member, and fuel tank brackets. In agri plants, we have 2 plants. One is JVM Agri Private Limited in Faridabad, and other is JVM Agri Private Limited in Indore. In Faridabad plant, we are making rotavator. There is 2 variants, Garavator ZLX Plus and Garavator SLX. Each variants have 3 sizes, and potato planter have 12 variants. These 2 variety we are making in Faridabad plants. In Faridabad, we have a MIG and TIG welding machine, cutting machine, plasma cutting machine, laser cutting machine, power presses, press brake ranging from 40 ton to 600 tons, shearing machine, tube laser cutting machine, CNC turning center, pipe bending machine up to 5 axes. In other facilities, we have powder coating plant, pre-treatment plant, and tool room is also there. Second plant, which is in Indore, which is a campus of Mahindra, we are making combined harvester, sheet metal fabricated assembly in that. That is tailor frame, platform, grain tank, steering axles, cutter bar, conveyor worm, chassis frame, and front axle. This is the product range. It is by weight is around 50 kg to 600 kg. In Indore, we have a laser cutting machine, plasma cutting machine, shearing machine, hydraulic press of 200 ton, press brake 25 ton, 80 ton, 320 ton, MIG welding machine, projection welding machine, sheet rolling machine, balancing machine, lathe machine. In tool room, we have lathe machine, radial drill machine, surface grinder, and VMC. In paint shop, we have a dip pre-treatment setup up 9 tech and de-rusting line also there. This is our paint shop. It is a 9 tech process, complete 9 tech pre-treatment process, then primer coat and with 2 top coat facilities there. Our envelope size is 6.3 into 2.6 and 1.8 meter, and by weight we can handle up to 1 ton capacity of component in this. Total built up area is 3280 square meters. We have one tool room is also here. That is the largest commercial tool room in central India. in the name of Indore Tooling Private Limited. We have the manufacturing facility of tie and tool for sheet metal parts, panel checkers. We are doing job work and processing work is also there for machining jobs, sheet metal stamping jobs, injection molding jobs, and CMM jobs. Capability wise, we can make the die up to 3 meter by 2.4 by 1 meter, up to weight of 20 ton, and maximum load up to 1000 ton press. We have the capacity of 240 numbers, which is 1200 tons per annum. Consumption of our input in this plant is tool stage around 100 ton per annum, CR, HR and GPCT is around 350 ton per annum. Steel casting is around 800 ton per annum. BOP, tool room cutters, standard items, heat treatments, CNC, VMC, job work, laser cutting is also required for that plant, which we are managing from outside. As we know very well, first time right is always right. That is our motto. And to cater this, we have a certification metrologic facility. We have hexagon CMM, which is XYZ movement is 1.5 to 2 by 2 by 1 meter. It is CNC operated. We have 2 presses for try out the dies of 1000 ton and 600 ton. We have conventional machine, surface grinder, cylindrical grinder, tool and cutter grinder, lathe machine, radial drill machine, and universal milling machines. We have a CNC machine also there, Ramavdi 5 axis, 3+2 axis, 3 axis, Kayo milling machine, Jyoti VMC, wire cut electronica, and EDM machine. In engineering and design, we have a facility of 3D design, CAM, CAE. We have a simulation facility also there with the help of Autoform software. We have a method engineering is also there. For project management, we have project engineers plan, execute and monitor each product. Dedicated single window contact for each customers we have. This is some project executed in past for passenger car. As Deepakji mentioned, we have developed 980 megapascals components, and our new development is 1180 megapascals. This is a different thickness, different tensile component for passenger car, same way for two-wheeler. This is fuel tanks. This is for commercial vehicles, and this is for construction equipments. This is our customer list. I think all customers is with us. For sourcing overview, sourcing process overview, once again I will invite Deepak Gupta ji, please.
Thank you, Mittal ji. So I think as of now we have 4 plants. So with this kind of show, I'm sure so there will be further, expansion of the business. So good. Thank you so much. So with this kind of that business which we are having, so always there is a need of suppliers, good supplier partners. So I'm going to cover that sourcing process, how we basically induct the suppliers, and what is our process of purchase of that item. So this is the vendor induction process. So here, based on that identification of the business requirement which is there, so we search for the potential vendors. You can be one of the potential vendors as we buy thousands and thousands of items, direct items, indirect items. So there is always a basically a search for that new potential suppliers who are competent, who are basically who can move along with us. So we keep on identifying those suppliers. So after identification of the supplier जो है, so we ask for all the details जो है from that suppliers, like the basic that facility details, the manpower structure, the certifications, and all kind of basically जो है the customer which is supplying, so what kind of experience he has, so all these kind of details we look for from potential suppliers. And then based on the cross-functional team जो है by sourcing, engineering, quality, SCM, we assess basically that whether the potential supplier जो है is capable of basically meeting our requirement, our specifications, or any gap is there. So if any gap is there, we discuss with the supplier and try to plug that gap. Then after shortlisting the supplier partner जो है, we do vendor audit. So in the vendor audit जो है, basically it is on that quality management system and the general management system is audit is done. And then जो है, based on this audit जो है, there is a score जो है which basically जो है is made of that supplier. So we need a minimum score of 60% जो है in the quality management audit and 70% in the general management audit. So based on that, if the supplier that basically clears that criteria जो है, so he can be one of that potential supplier for further business with us. So he can be added in our supplier base kitty. So based on that जो है, after basically concluding all these things, so there is a sign off document, we call it the GPA. This is a general purchase agreement which is signed जो है, which includes all the terms and conditions for the business. So this is a procure. The previous slide was the inductions method. Now is the how to get the actual business. So after basically inducting the supplier, then based on that what the need is there when we get the orders from that customer. So we always analyze that what is to be made in house and what is to be basically outsourced. It's a make or buy decision is there. So whatever we basically had to give it to that outside supplier. So we basically identify who are the potential suppliers for those parts. So with those potential suppliers we send the RFQ so then we get the quotations from these suppliers, and then there is a techno commercial assessment is done. So if the supplier clears this techno commercial assessment, then basically the LOI is given to that supplier. And then that development process is there, and then that PPAP document submission, process verification, that actualization is there. Then the mass production basically start, the SOP is start of production is there, and then based on the terms of condition which is finalized with the supplier, the payment is done based on that what is decided as per the PO. So this is our basically cycle and all our systems are basically SAP system. From gate entry to that final payment everything is digitized. It is based on SAP system none of the thing is basically on that manual. In the consumables and spares also we have a similar kind of process. There are minor differences, like these requirements come on and off as per the machine maintenance it spares requirement. So the requirement comes from the production unit, from the user unit, then we identify the potential suppliers, and then RFQ given, quotation taken, comparison is made and then based on our assessment of that commercial and the technical that assessment, then the supplier is finalized and we give the LOI to the supplier. Then again as per the payment terms it can be 30 days for MSME, 45 days. So that kind of payment terms is normally there with the suppliers. So it is made as per the system. So this is our just 2 minutes. So this is performance monitoring, or this is the last slide Ankur. So this is our performance monitoring of our supplier partners for sustainability of that business. So we have a monthly monitoring system where we monitor based on that quality, delivery, other parameters like packing, other things. So our expectation, I think it's a very normal, kind of expectation. 0 rejections, 100% schedule adherence, packing standards, systems followed. So if the score is greater than 90%, it's a A category supplier. It's between 75 to 90. It's a B grade supplier where we provide training to the supplier and the upgradation is done. Then we have range from 60% to 75%. Then there is a need to improve is basically identify, and we work hand in hand with the supplier partners for this improvement. But below 60% suppliers are not going to remain with us. So that is the kind of threshold limit the supplier should cross. So that's it about so I'm sure all of you must have seen that lot of potential is there with the JBM group and I'm really looking for a great fruitful discussions, great fruitful participation, and would like to associate with all of you. Thank you so much. So here are some of that basically contact details you can be in touch with these persons for any of these requirements in different segments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal. I'm sorry to kind of push, but since we have another seminar lined up after the presentation of Mr. Parvesh, so due to paucity of time, I'll just invite Mr. Parvesh for the presentation, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Parvesh Yadav, I am basically purchasing head for Case New Holland construction equipment business, and I am based in Indore only. We are having one plant in Pithampur, basically for construction equipment business. So, you are able to open it or not? Okay, fine. So before starting this presentation, basically, I want to thank MP government, MIDC, SIAM, CI team, basically, who are working for us from the last, you can say, 1 or 2 weeks for organizing this event. I think this is a good platform where we basically interact with all potential suppliers, and we basically looking forward to make them basically part of our growth journey. Okay. Green is not working. Oh, sorry. Okay, so my presentation is basically, you can say, divided in 4 parts. Basically, I want to give overview of our Case New Holland global business. Then we will discuss about our Pithampur operations. And then basically, I want to tell you what type of, you can say, business growth we are having in next 3-4 years. And finally, we will also touch like our JVM colleagues, they have shared their basically supplier induction process. So I'm having 1 or 2 slides for that also, how we are engaging new suppliers basically. So if you see Case New Holland Group, basically, this is basically a Fiat Chrysler Group company. And this is one vertical where we are having our almost 66 plant in this Case New Holland umbrella. If you see, last year revenue was around 33 billion, and we are having 5 sub-verticals basically in Case New Holland business. We are into agriculture business, we are into commercial vehicle business, we are into construction equipment business, and we are pioneered in basically making, you can say, world best engines through our FPT plant, Fiat Powertrain plants. Then we are having one finance segment basically, where we are basically supporting our customer in their finance needs. If you see for agri business, basically we are having 2 plants, one in Noida, this is with New Holland name, and one plant we are having in Pune, which is basically, you can say, advanced agri equipments. In Noida plant, we are making almost 60,000 tractors per annum, and in Pune, basically we are making combines, balers, advanced agriculture machines. If you see for construction equipment business, we are having one plant in Pithampur, where almost we are making around 6,000 machines per annum. If you see, we are associated in our business, almost close to 500 suppliers are associated, and you can say 78 to 80% basically it is local suppliers, 22% is basically global suppliers in our business. If you see, let's focus on our this Indore area, Pithampur basically plant. So here, this is the plant basically which is spread into 40-acre land, and we are making almost 6,000 basically machines from this plant per annum. If you see, our key products are backhoe loaders, compactor, where we are making soil compactors, tandem compactors, and excavators. So altogether, we are having installed capacity of around 8,000, you can say, vehicles per annum. Currently, we are making 6,000 vehicles per annum. So in our plant also, we are having fabrication facility, we are having state-of-art painting facilities, we are having assembly lines and machine validations facilities. So this may be interesting slide for all of you. Basically, it is showing our growth path. So if you see, currently we are making around 6,000 basically machines. And if you see, going forward in next 3 years, we are almost doubling our basically productions. So what is happening basically, we are having, I already told you, we are having almost 66 plants worldwide. So we are basically shifting some of the production basically to this site, Pithampur site. So one product is there which is very popular in basically US market, that is skid steer. So we are basically number 3 globally in skid steer, this product. So what we are doing, currently we are making around 22,000 machines basically in our Wichita US plant. So out of this 22,000, we are shifting almost 4,000 machines in Pithampur facility. So there is a big potential for everybody, all supplier partners basically. And we are definitely explore few new supplier also who is basically supplying to competition or basically our automobile sector. So definitely going forward, there is a big opportunity for all of you basically to engage with us. So this is the machine basically which we are talking about. This is skid steer, very popular machine in US. This is basically having multiple usage. Basically, it is used for snow removal. It is used in farming also, dirt removal. It is used by local corporation also for garbage handling and other thing. It is very compact machines. So altogether in world, basically, if you see globally, there is a requirement of almost 100,000 machine of this type. And we are making 22,000. We are almost having 20% share of this machine basically in globally. So if you see, our localization plan is almost above 50%. So all fabrications basically we will be basically localizing here. And if you see, localization means it is 90-95% localization in basically Pithampur area. So we are having you can say big potential for local suppliers to get this fabrication business. And apart from this fabrication business, then we are having wiring harness, lot of, you can say, hoses, low pressure hoses, high pressure hoses, lot of tubings. So this is the opportunity for all local suppliers here, which is based in Pithampur and neighboring basically Devas and other industrial areas. If you see few limited parts which are technology parts and which can't be basically localized so fast because there is a lot of validation requirements. They are left out, like engines, basically this motor and pump. Basically, these are few parts basically which we will be importing. Otherwise, we are having a localization plan of 55%, and is this 55%, 90% localization will be in Pithampur. If you see, these are few parts basically which we want to localize. So we want to localize cabin, we want to localize heavy fabrication like boom, chases, and upper frames. Then we are having attachments like buckets, tanks, harnesses, I already told you, hoses, few bracketry items with heavy fabrications. This is basically a potential which is in going forward we will basically provide to all suppliers to have this business. So regarding supplier induction process, basically, definitely we are giving preference to suppliers who are supplying to competitions, who are having a good quality management system, who are ISO 9000 certified, who are having necessary factory certificate, factory licenses, all safety, environmental certificates available. So we are basically giving preference to those supplier partners who are already having a good capability and basically supplying to competition. So our, you can say, induction process start with buyer assessment, where our purchasing team is basically doing audit at supply location. They are seeing as per product requirement what type of facilities are there and what type of quality management system, delivery management system supplier is having. So after buyer assessment, basically if it clear, then there is a PSA where our quality team is basically auditing in depth the total, you can say, quality system of the suppliers. And then when these two things become green, definitely then we've signed the NDA, we share all our technical details to the supplier, then this development activity start. If you see bottom left side, basically it is process of development, and on right side top, basically it is during you can say serial production, how we are controlling the you can say our quality standards with suppliers. So that's all. I think it is a very small, crisp presentations. Maybe we will have a more interactions on our business. So thank you. Thanks all for participating here. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, buyers, for taking out time to take this initiative further. So we will be having B2B meetings in the another hall just beside to this hall, and there will be further another session also. Yeah. So there will be a conference on automotive. Yeah. So the sellers can meet the buyers in another room. So we will have one-to-one meeting, and you can share your presentation about the company and discuss with them how there can be a matchmaking between you. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Very good afternoon, and thank you for attending this conference session on automobile industry driving India's economic growth at the MP Auto Expo. So for this session, we have the moderator with us, Mr. Som Kapoor, and then we have the panelist, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy and Investment Promotion, Government of Madhya Pradesh. We have Mr. Saurabh Sangla, past Chairman CII MP and Executive Director, Adroit Industries Limited. Mr. Parag Satpute, Chairman CII Pune Zonal Council, Managing Director, Bridgestone India. Mr. Aditya K. Srivastava, Senior Vice President, VE Commercial Vehicle Limited. Mr. Ajay Kumar, Senior General Manager, Cost Engineering, Tata Motors. May I invite moderator, Mr. Som Kapoor, to begin the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you, first of all, for coming in the hot weather. It's a fairly sunny afternoon, and thank you for your participation today. We have about an hour to do this, and how I plan to do this was make it as informative and as communicative as possible. So please feel free, in case you have questions, doubts, comments, feel free to bring up your hand, and I'll try and get you in during the conversation. What I thought of doing was I have a few questions that I thought could be interesting for everybody to hear, and we'll go ahead and start from there. I think introductions are done, so I'm not going to do that all over again. But Mr. Shukla, let me start by asking you something. First of all, thank you for setting all of this up. It looks pretty good. Well done. Round of applause for you. And in a very short time, so very well done. And at least it looks a lot more international. If this is the first time you've done it and this is how well you've done it, great job at that. Let me just start by saying that we hear automotive industry, and the topic today is how is it driving India's economic growth. So before it drives growth, what does the auto industry mean for India's GDP today? Is it important for us? Is it not important for us? Your thoughts about that? No, right from here.
So, thank you, Som, and thank you for the kind words of appreciation. So as we all know, this is the first auto show done by Government of Madhya Pradesh, and we will try to make it even better next time. The idea is to have it every 2 years. So maybe the next time we have it in a better weather period also, maybe November, December, January, February, that band of 4 or 5 months, when the weather is more pleasant. And also we'll try to get more companies, even some companies from outside the country also, and whatever more effort is required, we'll try to put in those as well. But given the limitation and in the view of the earlier decided timeline of investor meet in November, we started with this, and then we tried to do it in April end. This time the sun god has been rather not very happy with all of us, the creatures on this planet. So we have a little more hotter weather than normally one would have at this point of time. अब बात करते हैं कि ऑटो सेक्टर का क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है. सो जीडीपी ग्रोथ में या जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन के हिसाब से देखें तो ऑटो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट 3-4 सेक्टर में एक है, और स्पेशली इन इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट, वैल्यू एडिशन in the process of making components and various metal, non-metal products which ultimately go to making automobile of various size and shapes. It is among the major player, major sectors that contribute to value addition or GDP. Now Madhya Pradesh, we have almost 35 OEMs, and medium and large put together about 200 component suppliers. There would be another 100 suppliers which are not directly supplying to large auto companies, but they are contributing to those component suppliers who are supplying to OEMs. So all these put together, there is a large footprint of auto sector in Madhya Pradesh, and we have major companies here. I don't want to name all of them, but I mean just next to me is sitting Mr. Parag. He is heading Bridgestone. So Bridgestone is among the world's top 2 or 3 tire companies, and they are here with us. We also have JK Tire and Ralston and many other companies. Similarly, in tractor, we are, I think, world's largest ट्रैक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरर, इफ आई एम राइट. दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रैक्टर इंडिया में बनते हैं. उसमें भी जो सबसे बड़े ट्रैक्टर कंपनीज हैं, जॉन डियर यहाँ से पास में देवास में हैं, आयसर ट्रैक्टर हमारे पास में है, एंड ऐसे ही सब लोग हैं. तो एमपी की लोकेशन को देखते हुए हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि धीरे धीरे और ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनी यहाँ आएंगी, क्योंकि जीएसटी आने के बाद जो लाइफ टाइम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कॉस्ट है और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट है, इट विल बी मिनिमम इफ़ यू आर लोकेटेड समवेयर अराउंड इंदौर, देवास, भोपाल एंड इन दिस एरिया. पूरे देश में आप यहाँ से कहीं भी आसानी से एक्सेस कर सकते हैं. अगर आप देश के NHAI का एक मैप है, आप गूगल करेंगे तो आपको दिखेगा. जस्ट हैव ए लुक एट द मैप. सारे कॉरिडोर्स एमपी से गुजरते हैं. ईस्ट वेस्ट कॉरिडोर, नॉर्थ साउथ कॉरिडोर, AB रोड, जो नया दिल्ली मुंबई कॉरिडोर है जो रतलाम के पास से होता हुआ गुजर रहा है, सब मध्य प्रदेश को क्रिस क्रॉस करते हैं अलग अलग डायरेक्शन से. तो 2 फैक्टर
This is, I'm taking you back a few years to when you had only black hair, when you were spending all your time in Europe, chasing many different things in life. Let me ask you this question. We've all heard of how good Germany is, Germany industrialized, etc., etc. What if India was to industrialize and take auto as a bet on? What do we need to do? What do we need to get right for that, Parag? I'm just getting you to get a little younger now.
Thank you, Som.
He's very young, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Shukla, as well, for mentioning our company. We are very happy to be associated with the state of Madhya Pradesh. Actually, Indore is the place where Bridgestone first entered India, and we consider it as our hometown. And not to correct you, but Bridgestone is the #1 tire company in the world.
There you go.
And I think...
I was partly right, I said it. one is top to.
Yeah, before I move on to your question, Som, I think I would just like to also confirm what Mr. Shukla just said. Geographically, Madhya Pradesh and Indore specifically are very well positioned across the country. And I'm not just saying that looking at a map. We are in the tire business and we supply truck tires as well. So when I joined the business, I realized that one of our big markets is Indore, and which was a surprise because you expect a big metro to be the market. But it's because a lot of transport corridors are passing through here. There is a lot of warehousing, there is a lot of the trucks stop to get repaired and all. So it kind of confirms what you're saying, that geographically it's a perfect place to be located. And that was one of the reasons why Bridgestone chose Indore to come into India. We will come back and discuss what we need to do in such a state to grow the auto business. But to your question, so I had the fortune of living in Europe for quite a few years, and Germany was one of the places. I'm by no means an expert on Germany, but I can share some observations on why it is considered an industrial powerhouse. Three key points I'd like to mention. The first one is a very, very strong focus on technology. So you'll see that most German companies, whether they are small or large, they have a very high technology content, which means for many, many years now, and especially since they started rebuilding after the Second World War, they invested heavily in R&D. And this is a very hot topic in India at the moment, that companies are trying to scale but are not necessarily investing enough in R&D. One of my CII colleagues, Dr. Naushad Forbes, is a big passionate speaker about this, how India is woefully under-investing in R&D. And when I say India, it is companies, it is governments, it is academia. So I think the first point would be that we should all consider how we can invest more in research and development. The second point is on quality. Again, in living in Germany, there is no compromise on quality anywhere. Right from the very simple things that you see with your door handles and your factory offices and whatever, the focus on quality is very, very stringent. There could be low cost, but there is never compromise on quality. So that is the other thing which I think in India we have started to get right now. There was a period when Chalta Hai, Jugaad was a big thing. But in many recent years I've seen there's a lot of focus on quality. So that is good. The third thing, and I've heard a few of my business colleagues speak about it today and yesterday even at this show, is skills. While we are expanding, while companies are investing and government is providing the right policies, very soon the bottleneck is going to be people with the right skills. And we need to start investing in skills. Again, Germany had a very unique model that not many people go on and do higher education. At a very early age, they go and join corporates as apprentices. And alongside, they keep studying. So the kind of skills they develop are very relevant for the industry at that time. Sometimes there is a mismatch. You do a lot of education, but it might not be connected to what the industries need. And we find that sometimes in the Indian condition. So I would say if we continue to focus on these three things as a country, then there is nothing that can hold us back.
Oh, thank you. That's brilliantly said. So 3 things that I had was, I'll start bottoms up, always, skills, quality, and investment in technology. I'm going to take that focus. We have somebody on this panel. There you go. So interestingly, he runs something known as Adroit. And what I heard was that they sell in more than 60 countries outside of India. Is that correct? So you travel quite a bit then? Absolutely. So you're partly overseas resident. Thanks for being around. But I just want to ask you 3 points mentioned by Mr. Satpathy there. My point to you is different. How have you made a company that can make in India, sell to the world, and what do other companies need to do to be able to make in India and sell to the world?
Absolutely. I think, Parag, thank you so much for answering most part of my answer. You actually said it. So it's about quality first. It's about R&D. Then just to add on to what you said, it's about consistency. So we need to be absolutely consistent with an established quality. That's where most of the companies I see lack across Asia. So that's why German companies or European companies always are seen as top-notch companies who you can always expect to have good technology, good quality of equipment. However, in India, that same consistency lacks. So I would say our company is about 50 years old, and we are in 60 countries with some establishments in Canada, Russia as well, and also in Spain. So what we are doing every single day is investing in R&D and ensuring that our consistency, our quality control is absolutely good. So we invest in processes, we invest in our people. So that's skilling again. That's your point, Parag. So that is what is important. I mean, we create an infrastructure which ensures that people will not make mistakes. High reliability on data, high reliability on softwares, the new technology, upgrading ourselves to improve our consistency. This is probably my job sitting at Adroit, that I would invest in all these things every single day. Another important thing we all should know now is, I mean, take every company in India can go global and can actually rule the world. It's very simple. India right now is poised to be at the helm of increasing exports. We all know that what is going around in the world. China exports, we all keep hearing that exports are dipping. So here is an opportunity right away. Another opportunity is the cost. I mean, no matter what, if we invest in people, we invest in skilling, so our cost of people will be actually dramatically low, rather than hiring a person who's at low cost but unskilled. So if we do that, there is no one who can stop India to be world number one. Right now, the geopolitical situation and also the Indo-US relationship, it is really helping India to grow the exports, especially in the North American parts. What Donald Trump did, imposing a lot of duties on Chinese output, so that has also helped. Now it is basically onus on partially on the government, but more on the businessmen or the industries to actually capture this opportunity line. So go ahead.
That's brilliant. I just want to add a little angle and your view on it. Like, I keep hearing demystifying supply chains and reduce dependence on particular geographies. Have a more distributed supply chain. Just that theory of having a more distributed supply chain for people sitting in Europe, people sitting in North America, can that benefit India?
Of course.
What do we need to do for that? How do we need to make sure that trade shows like the one put up over here? I'm hoping that next time we do a trade show in Madhya Pradesh, can we get companies from, instead of having 14 companies, can we get people from 30 countries come and participate and make sure that we are part of their supply chain?
So if I reiterate my words, so part of the onus is on the government and most of it is on us. So it is about giving exposure through such trade shows, through various e-platforms, and also subsidizing companies, MSMEs, who invest heavily on R&D and taking them to actually showcase their technology overseas. If the government can do this, it will really, really add more value. And also, sir, I mean, there could be many companies sitting in India who we are unaware of, who we can actually utilize. And that could really enhance this.
Mr. Shukla, I'm going to bring this back to you. Do you potentially see this venue to become a full-time venue for a trade show in the future? Something like a Messe in Germany, in Dusseldorf, where how they've done it so well over there is they have these centralized trade shows that they organize by industry. They organize it by regions of the world, and they get people to come and participate over there. Can we look at, are we forward thinking enough already to say that we could probably have a Messe in right here in Indore in the future?
In fact, there is a plan of the department to have a good size economic corridor kind of thing, where we'll have separate area for technology, knowledge-based companies, as we say,
technology-driven companies, even technology-based startups and software companies, then companies dealing with finance and other knowledge areas, biotechnology, etc. And also having a very large size exhibition cum convention center. So the 2-3 alternate sites are being evaluated, and very soon we are going to announce this whole thing.
Thank you. We didn't know of the announcement.
And this is very much in Indore and very close to probably where we're sitting right now.
Well, there you go. You can get some. So if anybody wants to make an investment close by, it should be a good opportunity then. But thank you. We weren't aware of that, but that would be a great initiative on your behalf. I'm actually coming down to the best orator on the table. I hear you have some excellent oratorship skills. I actually want. You've been in manufacturing for, probably older than I am. So just from my perspective, the government's very keen on localization, right? I mean, we hear Atmanirbhar on a very frequent basis. Do you think localization is the way forward for us? Yes or no? And if yes, what do we need to do to get it right?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. In fact, localization is the way to go for, There's no doubt about that. Relying on the imported sources or getting parts or components from outside, you cannot survive. Of course, the supply chain has, if you compare with 10 years back or 20 years back, it has improved. But the delivery time and expectation has also gone up, significantly. Why I'm saying this thing? Because when we see let's say if I make 100% manufacturing local in India, then of course my commitment to my customer supplying on time is very, very, precise and accurate. And actually I was coming to a point when Saurabh and Parag talked about the, how India can be, export, driven nation. And we are also supplying powertrain engines to Volvo Group. And in 2013 we started supplying to Volvo Group the medium duty engines. And there's one more parameter other than quality, is skill and technology. There's one more important parameter they map, is the delivery precision. And delivery precision means some people call it OTIF, on time in full. Here the delivery precision is that they give the schedule 3 months in advance, that 20 engines, it's not fixed at times, 70 engines or 120 engines on this day. Now it cannot be one day before, it cannot one day later. Cannot be even one day. Even if we have ready engines, we cannot ship that. And if that is lost, we lost the delivery precision. So you will perhaps not believe that about 6 years we were running 100% delivery precision. So quality is a basic hygiene, 0 ppm, but the delivery commitment is 100%. So when we have the supply chain locally in India, sourcing from India, naturally you're much more reliability. In the BS4 era, we never stopped our lines because of the disruption. Today, because of COVID, a lot of other disruptions are there. But with BS6 coming there, we are relying on a lot of components from China, especially, like sensors or like exhaust systems, some precious metal components, Now, we are looking for alternatives, making somehow in India, getting some semiconductors from outside, assembling India. There's all this process going on. But doing localization here, then probably within country, within India, it's like Atmanirbhar, make in India, make in MP, and make in Pithampur. Is always supply chain easier for us, logistics cost, transportation, scheduling.
This is becoming a promotional element for different parts of the state now. So we've started from Devas, we're moving to Pithampur and beyond.
Still, for the state, I would say, so it's always good that we should go for localization. You can have very prompt response, support from the supplier, everything is...
Tell me one thing. You probably buy from organizations which have presets in either Europe or Japan or Korea. What is it that maybe a state like Madhya Pradesh needs to do to get those presets into India?
See, in this case, sometimes the OEMs or the larger players have to play a bigger role. they have to do kind of mediation or kind of help or supporting that we do the technology tie-ups, There may be issue related to the finances, but getting the technology to India, to our tier 2, tier 3 vendors, it's a complete value chain ecosystem. So it's not only OEM can alone make the difference, localization, because some of the technology you have to get in, and we have done in the past. Like Eicher has been very, very, proactive in doing that, and that's why if you talk about 20 years back when DCM Toyota and Eicher Mitsubishi and Swaraj Mazda came in the country. Of course, I worked for DCM Toyota also in the beginning, but they're not existing anymore in the country. But Eicher continued the localization journey, and today we are making, even electric vehicles. Vehicles are standing outside. We have done all the R&D, localization, and supplier base getting in India with the right technology.
Okay, thank you. We actually have a cost engineer on this panel. So I love cost engineering because they make or break deals these days. So as the cost engineer on the panel, I want to ask you a different question. What beyond cost is the competitive advantage that India can provide? Could it be technology? Could it be scale of manufacturing? Could it be our skilled manpower? But if you can think of anything beyond these topics, from take off your cost engineering hat for one day and think, what do we need to do tomorrow for semiconductors? I mean, a small chip, a small $2 chip has got the world on its feet right now. What do we need to do so that does not happen, at least in our lifetime again?
Right. So basically, I'm a manufacturing person like Mr. Srivastav. So I took this hat very recently. And I'm also learning currently. So I leave that aside. I have not really learned. But what I intend to submit here, that we really need to look what Parag suggested, that how to really scale up. We have to build the company or the country or a state with respect to that. We'll have to have technology bringing in, because we are not as good as what others are, what the world leaders are in this automotive sector. So we have to really build up. So we are also learning. Say, if we talk about Tata Motors, so we learned a lot of things when we acquired JLR. So JLR is now kind of a 100% subsidiary. And the passenger vehicles that you see currently, it has completely transformed the business that we have. What we were in, say, a few years back, say 15, 20 years back, and what we are today. So it's a technology. It's kind of a example that I want to add. The technology is definitely that helps you. The research and development, the collaboration that we have in countries abroad. So I also spent some few years in UK, and I realized the collaboration that we have between academia and a manufacturing company, and the focus that the country brings in, the government that they brings, the collaboration they brings in, the kind of money that is being spent there. So that we really need to put in, and that is how we will build that kind of a culture, that we are really able to design a product or a technology that will be kind of transformative in the world itself. So this is two. And of course, skills. So as you see, the whole industry is transforming. We are moving from if I talk about automobile, so we are moving from IC engine to completely now alternate fuels. Like we start with CNG, then we are moving to hydrogen, and of course the future is EV. And are we really skilled? Are we really preparing ourselves? We are not. We are far away from there. We don't have people at every stage, starting from a person who is assembling up to the person who is deciding the future of the company. We don't have those skills currently. So we'll have to build that skill at every level in the organization. I would say starting from the chairman or the managing director on until the operative who is working on the shop floor. This is a kind of impetus that is required. And that kind of focus has to come with a collaboration from the government, from for the participating institutions or the companies, as well as the research organizations. So you see, I'll take example of, there may be many other examples, but I'll take example of Tata Steel. They have set up a lab in IISc to decide what kind of steel future we'll have. They work with universities in UK, what kind of development is required. Are we doing that? We are not. So these are some of the things that we really need to focus on. And then I'll just add to what this whole industry can do for the country. See, currently, if I just quote a number, I'm focused at the country and not at the state. See, kind of contribution to our GDP from the automotive sector is currently kind of 7 to 7.5%. The aspiration is 10-12%. And all the economies of the world who are really at the top, say if you talk US, you talk about Germany, you talk about UK, Japan, Korea, the GDP is higher because the auto sector has performed well. The contribution to the GDP is higher because from these sectors. So we really need to push these sectors. We have to, and there is impetus. There is a lot of direction. We have automotive policy until 2026. A lot of focus is coming from the government. We have FAME. A lot of things are happening. But is it happening in the structured way? It is happening in a systematic way. All the inputs are collated together. Are we really monitoring it? Are we seeing the progress the way it is designed for? So these are a few of the things that comes to my mind. Of course, cost I don't really understand. I have to learn. But this is what we really need to look at and work on.
No, I loved your pointer on collaboration. Sure, please.
So Ajay, we have starting from ITI, Polytechnic to Engineering College to IIT and then IIC Bangalore and so on. So kind of gradual, up as we go up, then you have higher degrees and so on. So can you give some success story or example of how skill can be improved?
Right.
So the government thinks that government has done enough. We have set up so many colleges of various kinds. Then we have a large number of private groups and companies who have set up colleges. So, but the feeling is that the labs are outdated, the teaching methods are old. By the time you change the syllabus, the world has moved further on. What should be done? प्रॉब्लम तो पता चल गई, डायग्नोसिस हो गया, ब्लड टेस्ट हो गया, कोलेस्ट्रॉल का पता चल गया, ठीक कैसे करना है?
So you want to take it or I should take it? Okay.
I have an example. But if you
Okay. So I'll just start with how we work. So in our company, we have our own setup where we train our diplomas, where we train our ITIs. So we call them apprentices. I think many of the companies might have. So Tata Motors, when it started, when we collaborated with Daimler Bench, the first thing that we did was we had our apprentice school available inside the factory and we trained them. And as the technology changes, we bring the vehicles there, we bring the technology and we train the operatives. Similarly, if you say the engineers, those who kind of run the company later, so they come from campuses, but I would not say that they are contemporary. So at time and again we train. But currently, if you see, the whole bunch of people are not trained to take this EV journey together. So we'll have to really look at, we are doing a lot of things, we are collaborating, we are working together. We are also training the people who are currently working on this technology. But yes, we are far away from there. But we'll have to do that. We'll have to collaborate, we'll have to work with industry, we'll have to work with some people who are already ahead of the curve. We'll have to bring them, learn from them. This is what is required. And this collaboration between academia, government and the companies has to happen in a very structured way. This is how I would say. And then we are not ready. We might have envisaged that by 2030 we need to have 30% of our vehicles electric. But as an individual, or I don't think that we are ready. We have to really work on that.
Parag, on to you.
Yeah. So I have a specific example, and thanks you asked that question. See, it's a interesting situation. The government has done all of this. The government has all of this infrastructure ready. Many a times there's a lot of funding also available, right? Because the government is allocating budget to that. But the content of these institutions is in many cases outdated. Let me take the example of ITI. And I will not use my current company. In my previous company, we realized that the ITIs were training people in machining, a very specific example, with very old machines, very old lathes. no one uses them anymore. Everything is CNC. Now the skills are CNC programming. So we could have kept complaining, but what we did is we started talking to the ITS and we entered into a collaboration. So they already had the infrastructure. They provided us the buildings, the teachers, the funds. We put in equipment there and we send in our people to train the trainers. And ITS started giving or still does, giving a enhanced machinist certificate to people who opted for that. So it was a co-branding between my previous company and ITI. And so it was not limited to just training our own employees. It became something to help the community in general. And companies can leverage the CSR funds for this. That is another good thing that India has done, that 2% of your profits have to go into CSR. So these funds are available rather than just spread them very thinly, haphazardly. They can go into creating skills and helping people earn livelihoods. So that is one example, and I've seen a few companies do this. Now, in specifically case of MP, we should look at whether we have such infrastructure and whether we can invite the right companies to come and collaborate and set up their own training facilities in these infrastructures. I think that will go a long way in helping to improve skills.
So can you say that this should be part of agenda of CII to kind of develop it?
We can move to the past president of CII to answer that one. But I want to take my moderator hat off and get into this discussion. And this is just something which is personal to me. I'm a big Elon Musk fan, right? I mean, everybody in my generation is hopefully an Elon Musk fan. What he says is colleges are useless. They only get you to be organized. They don't get you to think. I think the way I see at least the younger I don't count myself young anymore, but the way I see the younger generation rarely learn. It's moving from traditional modes of learning. I mean, how many of us ever knew a Udemy course Udemy is an online platform course to learn engineering skills outside of engineering colleges, right? What Byju's has done. I mean, Balachandran became a $1 billion man doing nothing just by providing whatever we used to study in class online. I think what really needs to change is the aspiration for people to actually learn by themselves, because anything that people learn by themselves is always retained a lot more. So I had a chance to spend some time with Balachandran from Byju's, and what he told me was that if you ever build something with your hand, you will never need to learn how to build it. You will only need to learn how to build it bigger. So the way he's thinking with the kids is that if they actually learn online by themselves, they will invest more of their brain to learn, because they'll be problem solving a lot more. So you need to find ways of doing the next generation of training. I think just by setting up ITIs, etc., fine, it worked. It got us till here. But if we need to take that leap, we will need to find new ways of training. I come from a very progressive company, so I'm lucky in that sense. We have courses that we can go online and take and learn at our own pace. I may not be the fastest learner in the group, right? So not everybody, I mean, again, Mr. Musk says, so I can repeat it. Not everybody has the same skill set or the same brain length to learn at the same pace. Right? So we will need to build opportunities for people to learn what they want to learn and at their own pace. And that's when we'll probably get to that next generation of learning. Sorry.
No.
CII needs to do quite a bit, so go ahead.
Before I talk about what CII can do, I would just like to share a story. I was fortunate a couple years ago. I had gone to Germany along with a delegation from MP to review all the skill development schools in Germany. And not only engineering, but electronics, and going down to a beautician course also. So a corporate would actually do the curriculum. There will be a teaching done to the tutor, as you mentioned, but that examination will be done by the corporate. So the real test is that, number two, it is more important to develop the attitude towards work, which I find it going down and down every year in the country, because things have become so easy on internet that you can read. So instead, I mean, what Elon Musk say, I am also a big fan, but to use internet in a better way or rather in a negative way, that's our choice. So if the corporates come forward and do their bit, and the government allows them to do it and encourages them to do it in a way, it will really help society at large, and India can grow at a faster pace. Third, we should inculcate more project work, more practical work in our education system, rather than mugging up the formulas or deriving equations, which was done hundreds of years ago. We need to look at applications. So I am a graduate from Berkeley, an engineering graduate from Berkeley. So I mean, going to Berkeley, it was and taking the exam, the first exam, it was a shocker, because whatever they taught in our school, they never asked in the exam. All they asked was application, and to switch the Indian mind to the American mind, how to answer the problem, it took me a while, although I was a topper in India. So I mean, we need to change this system completely. That's my take.
That's absolutely brilliant. So, education or skilling, to my mind, will change drastically over the next 2 to 5 years. But when you talk of change, Parag, I'm back with you. The gentleman next to you said that even managing directors need to learn and relearn for the next wave. So first, have you learned for the next wave? And actually, the question to you is, how do you think this whole mobility, the future of mobility, change in the next 2 to 5 years? So, get onto your thinking hat, and where do you see us go?
So, I was thinking about it when you're speaking. We say auto industry. I think it's more relevant to say mobility, because the key thing is getting people from one place to another. That's the value add there, not to produce an IC engine or EV car, or that's not the value. The value is to get people from one place to another to do what they want to do. So mobility is a very interesting area, and in India, I think there is a huge headroom, because still the penetration of auto or mobility is very, very low compared even to other developing nations. So I think it's exactly the right focus. How the future will be, that I think is interesting. We have seen how developed countries have gone. They have followed a certain curve. If you look at Europe, or if you look at Japan or the US, they have followed a certain curve. We have been trying to follow that same curve in a way, because that's the traditional thinking, that you have to go from A to B to C to D. I think the big opportunity is to jump from A to D. So the question is, how can India jump from A to D? So rather than focus on...
You're following Mr. Modi move from 4 to 6.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so we have done that. We have shown the capability of doing that, leapfrogging. So rather than go that route of having individual car ownership, and then increase the penetration of car or vehicle ownership in the country to get to a certain level, and then move to public transport. I think the opportunity, because technology is also there, is to move to the next phase already, which is shared mobility, which is electrical mobility, which is the whole case phenomenon. I think electric and shared are the big things for India.
Can you explain case? I know it, but we call it ACES, by the way. Please go with the
So
EY,
you go with the ACES.
With the EY terminology.
Please
Let's go with
explain ACES.
ACES is actually autonomous, connected, electrified, and subscribed. So that's how mobility seems to be changing between now and in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
But there was a chain of thought coming in my mind when you were talking about moving to ACES, and I'm a consultant, right? I follow money. Wherever money goes, we follow behind. Essentially, if you notice, where is the money coming from in the auto trade, and who's getting the money in? Any views on that?
So I think electric is the hot word at the moment. Yeah, it's the buzzword everywhere. Even companies like Tata Motors have raised huge amount of money to back their electric play. And that's a huge opportunity. And we are already seeing, we are seeing two-wheelers and three-wheelers being transformed in India already. Buses will move there very, very quickly. We already see a lot of startups announcing big things, and the PLI scheme of the government is helping that along. Cars, the technology is catching up, and we all talk about Elon Musk now. That's because of the electric cars. So electric is one huge space, but the other big space is shared mobility. So the Ola, Uber phenomenon, but even more democratized. In India, I know there are thousands of startups doing like Uber for motorcycles. Shared bike riding. and it's real money and real value being created. So I think these two spaces in the next 5 to 10 years are going to see a lot of activity in India. That's my guess, at least.
Parag, that guess is spot on, but I would just break that guess down. You know, when we talk automotive, we essentially talk the top 10 OEMs in the country, the top 10 suppliers in the country. But if you were to actually chase money and figure out where has the money come from in the last 5 years, it has actually come from non-automotive players. So there was no Tesla 5 years back. Uber is not an automotive company. Technically, it has the biggest fleet in the world, but it's not an automotive company. It's a pure play technology firm. So if you were to just chase the money trail, the money has come from non-automotive. It has not come from only automotive players. It's come from the private equity ventures of the world. It's come from funding from outside. It's come from banking. It's come from non-automotive but industrial companies. And where has it gone? It has probably not gone back into traditional automotive companies. It's gone into the new age, automotive companies, the Olas, the Ubers, the Teslas, the million startups that we have right now in automotive. So, there has to be a little bit of credibility to that. If so much global capital has flown from point A to point B, bypassing the traditional automotive industry to a great extent, there has to be some merit in that conversation. And that's where I'm going to get you back in. And how do you're a traditional automotive player. You said your company's been around for 50, 60 years now. How do you see this big change impacting you in the future? Are you a threat by any chance?
Yeah, it's a very touchy point because most of our components will go out of, they'll be dead. So fortunately, we have over 4,000 SKUs. Some of the SKUs will still be there. But as a company, we have to look at new product range, which could be futurely used. So that is what we are working on right now. But yes, there will be a lot of components which will go out of the buses, out of the automotive sector or mobility.
So you're actually telling us, everybody sitting here, that a traditional 60-year-old company is feeling threatened in the next 5 years?
Yes, of course.
That's pretty much a wake-up call for a lot of us, right? And good enough for you to admit it on a platform. But, what's your humdinger? What are you planning to do for it?
So we are finding our niche. Using the same technology what we have been running, or what business we are into, which is stock transmission. We are looking at niche areas where we can go out of the automotive sector and use that same technology in other sectors, where I would say, fortunately, our company has matured enough to actually have only 22% of our business in automotive right now. So we are only worried about part of this 22%, and we are looking for avenues where we can actually invest a little bit more and be future ready for newer components, newer generation.
Wow. So, yes, I actually was coming to you. You come from probably the most traditional out of companies out of everybody else here. Is your personal job at threat for the near future?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. First of all, let me tell you that we are part of a very large organization, and we have Eicher is one, but we have Volvo. So, Volvo is a giant, and we are doing a lot of stuff in the case side, talking about whether it's called about connected or autonomous or electric or the alternate fuel, whatever you are saying, That is not the key point. In my view, there are two aspects here. One aspect is that we are forgetting one thing: the climate change or the environmental norms regulations coming across the globe is putting a lot of pressure on industry for putting the right product in the market. Means that, like example in India, BS6, when India BS6 came, just within 2 years of BS4, we have migrated to BS6. Is it a compulsion? It's a need or real, genuine, what we have to... I was going through the sustainability discussion some time back, Just 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature going up means havoc on earth, So there may be a situation when somebody will say Euro 7 is going to come, Euro 8 is going to come. Already we are working on the Volvo group for, you can say Euro 6.5 or Euro 7, we are right now evolving. So that's point number one. So we are not saying automobile or vehicles will not be made. job threat will be there for auto industry if the vehicles will not be made. Tesla is also making vehicles. It requires body, it requires seats, it requires a steering. Autonomous vehicle will have sensors, wirings. So we need vehicle for commuting for sure. The ownership model is changing. Rather than having individual cars, so it's like we talk about manufacturing company. Now that's why the technology company is intervening into that. Google is making cars, or like Bosch is trying to make car, or Tesla came in. That sort of technology company merging with manufacturing. But there's another sector coming, Uber and Ola, which is service side or utility side. So perhaps there will be migration or merger of these three, and there will be evolution, in my view, personal view, but doesn't mean that vehicle will not be built. Vehicle will be built with new technology, which will be more environment friendly. Probably somebody was telling us that what is sustainability? So dream a car which doesn't consume any fuel. Okay, it has zero noise level. It has zero maintenance. It's a 100% recyclable material. Just dream. So future is there, but still we need mobility.
Thanks. So my job's safe. Perfect. That's good to hear. I'm going to take it back. Back to you. Just one question. Do you think we've bought our last ICE engine car already? At least the evolved generation?
No, that's a loaded question. No, so no, I think it's going to take longer to transition out than we all think. One, because technology is improving, so the fuel consumption and all is, improved so much in the last 10 years. It will continue to improve. Secondly, the price of fuels will also continue to go down. So it's not going to go overnight. And they will coexist for quite some time, I would say. And we were talking earlier, right, that people might end up owning both. For your daily run, you have electric car. And for your long drives out in the wild, you have your SUVs that you need anyway. So I guess that in the short term to mid term, that is going to be the scenario. But I would like to dream the dream that we just heard Mr. Srivastava say, that we have a car like that.
Just say dream on. It's pretty much a dream on right now.
There is a simple calculation I would like to add here. 30 years back, the solar unit, buy the solar unit per electricity unit buying, cost has come down. Again, I read in somewhere, I was in with Volvo Group, 1700 time in 30 years. The original price has come down per unit is 1700 tons down, where the fuel prices have gone perhaps 10 times higher. If I take next 30 years, so where the solar price will be there, alternate fuel I'm talking about.
I actually have a different point of view on solar, and I'll share it with everybody. When God was distributing wealth to the world, right, what he did for India was, for the last 50 odd years, we've paid to the left of us. Our left pockets being paying to the Middle East to buy a lot of, fuel from them. If electric vehicle comes hold, we'll be paying from a right pocket to the west of us now to buying lithium from there. Because essentially what has happened is, unless Suraj pe gaadi chal jaye, we will continue to pay for fuel right now. We're talking a lot about electric vehicles, but why this is very mindful and meaningful for us also is, the biggest component of an electric vehicle is a battery, right? In the battery, there is something known as fuel cell charge. The fuel cell requires a few chemistries. One of the biggest elements of that chemistry is a lithium ion, piece of material. It's actually a metal, right? That metal currently is not really truly available in India. So we'll continue to import that metal. So what we're doing is, the left pocket will start paying a little less, but the right pocket will continue to pay. So it may be better for our environment, but just from a government's angle, do you think we need to think of even further alternate fuels? I know the current government is thinking about E05, E10, E15, 20, CNG, hybrid. Where does green hydrogen get us? Are we on with that?
See, the challenges are manifold. So one is that too much dependence on fossil fuel means lot of forex export to Middle East and many other countries. So one idea was to reduce this import by blending. So we started blending ethanol. First we make it 5%, then 10, then 20. Last September we had a national bidding by BPCL and all the oil marketing companies. I'm happy to share that against a projected consumption against 20% quota for Madhya Pradesh was 43 crore litre, 430 million litres for the whole year. And against this, we for our state, bids received from companies were 150 crore, almost 4 times. So out of these, the oil companies, based on preparedness and readiness with their land and investment, bankers' letters, loan sanctions, water tie-up and so on. So about 50-55 crore liter ke project they have approved. And some of them have started the work on site. I'm aware of the progress in terms of. Interestingly, the top company supplying these plants is a company called Praj Industry from Pune. Unka share price kai guna बढ़ गया.
Yeah, about 100
They have a
times.
lot of work order with them. So another 2-3 companies in Ahmedabad and other places, they have come up immediately and they are now supplying to all these distillation units. So ethanol was one. Now theoretically, anyone who has studied basic science in a school knows that everything is energy. Whatever you see is energy. The challenge is how to convert this to our use at the cheapest price. So hydrogen is there, will be available very soon. And already some companies started trying. MP is one of the kind of choice for companies which are coming for green hydrogen. Again, because of space for having solar power and then tie up with the captive solar for production of the hydrogen by electrolyzing or some other method. So all these PSUs like BPCL, GAIL, they are also talking to us, and then private companies, to name some, they are also talking to us, discussing. Some of the companies have already decided to set up in some other states. So people are working on green hydrogen, and you trust me, the speed of this work will be much more than what we are thinking. These things are never linear. The best part is all these transitions are, as we call them, disruptive. Suddenly वो slip कर जाएंगे तो some companies will shut down, some new companies will become unicorns and multicorns and so on. So all possible fronts, government as a whole are working to see whether reducing dependence on fossil fuel, increasing ethanol, promoting green hydrogen, promoting solar, wind. The challenge is to manage the transition, because if we don't manage it well, we will have grid failures. You still need some thermal to maintain the balance between सूरज का उगना and डूबना and wind का बहना नहीं बहना and so on. And that is where the role of battery comes up again. Unless we have major breakthroughs in battery, I think we are going to be slightly conservative and fearful of this transition.
No, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to put Ajay on you on a spot now. Between EO5 to E25, how will you and your organization manage that? Do you think this is just too smaller time frame for you to go through so much disruption after FAME, BS6, CAFE norms, ethanol blending? Do you think you can manage it?
So everything is kind of in media. We know what we are doing, and you see that there is overall disruption at the complete business model. So what is happening? The bus as a business, it has become a service. So you might have seen that recently. It has been kind of 2-3 days before. There was a tender of 5,000 buses per kilometer basis. So 5,000 buses was put on tender for 11 cities in the country. And fortunately, Tata Motors was the kind of winner.
Well done.
Yeah. And this all these buses will be plying across the country in multiple cities. I know. And see, the business model is like nobody else is going to own the bus. The bus will be owned by us, and we'll run it. And when it will be running in whichever state transport unit, so they'll be paying as per kilometer basis. Huh? So you see, nobody is going to own it. They get the money from the customer because when the customer will be using, so and then they will be paid to the owner.
No, so great change in the business model. Can we as a group of 6 of us agree right now that if this conference was to happen 6 years down the line, do you see automotive or mobility as a trade change more in the next 5 years than it has changed in the last 50 years?
If you want my voice, it is absolutely transformative. Whatever has not happened in 100 years, it is going to happen in next 5 to 10 years.
From the MD's angle, how do you plan for that?
No, so what Ajay just described about the servicification, that is happening across sectors. So
Tire as a service?
Tire as a service is already
I
a
won't need to
reality.
pay for a full tire
You
per
will
kilometer
not-
basis?
Exactly. We are doing it already.
Done.
It's available, and many companies are taking it up. And that actually is very, very good for sustainability as well, because they are experts in trucks, we are experts in tires, so we know how to maintain them and manage them and get the maximum use out of them. Rather than an individual who buys the tires once in 3 or 4 years, where they end up wearing them out or damaging them. So I think it's helping the sustainability angle. It's cutting out a lot of waste. So it's adding value to everyone, and it's helping the industry grow. So the servicification is going to be a big trend in the next 5 years.
Mr. Shukla, the government will help us change?
First, as a consumer, I'll be very happy.
There you go.
A consumer is a king. So I look forward to getting cheaper cars, cleaner cars, and
Per kilometer basis.
Per kilometer basis, ऐसे कितना देती है?
कितना देती है?
But as government, there is a challenge to keep pace with the change and be in very close coordination with industry and people like Parag and Ajay and Aditi ji to keep pace with how best we can manage the situation. We are there as a manager. We have to manage the situation. So that is a challenge.
Mr. Sangla, up for the change? Up for the fight?
Absolutely. There is no choice. I mean, everyone has to be up for the fight, right? And everyone has to change.
Sir?
There is no choice. Either do it or perish, And like IoT 4.0, somebody say IoT 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I see it's like automobile industry 3.0 perhaps, in my view. Because next 5 years, it will be a huge transformation in the industry for sure.
Do you see amongst the 6 of us sitting over here, in the next 6 years, do you think the next generation of people who will be called in to talk on this will be software coders and developers rather than pure play manufacturing people?
I already said, manufacturing is becoming a technology company and technology company is becoming service companies. Probably it may be merger or amalgamation or integration. I don't know what shape it will take.
I'm telling you, I need to start a coding course soon. But we have 10 more minutes left, and I thought this was pretty useful for a lot of people. I just wanted to share the mic across. Just questions, comments, theory. Sir, can we start with you? Question, comment? Sure, please.
Could be any suggestion or
Hi. First of all, at the outset, this is mind-blowing, the way you have kind of, taken the bulls by the horn and showing the real picture, what the world would be in the next coming years. But coming back to the topic of Germany, I think I need to highlight a couple of inputs, which is very important for everybody present here. See, the backbone of Germany is not the big industry. It is the small and medium size. They are the backbone, and they run the show and they manage the show. And the bottom line there is, right from MD, right till the person who cleans the shop floor, are all trained and well committed to the cause. Now, the reason why I'm saying is that we are focusing a lot on trends, a lot of practices, a lot of futuristic applications. But my appeal to Shukla ji is that he represents the front end from the government for industry. My appeal and humble request to you is that we need to make this backbone very strong. What is it that we can do for the MSMEs in terms of surviving, in terms of excelling, and in terms of being futuristic? That is fundamental point number one. Fundamental point number two vis-a-vis Germany is what we see when we traverse the industry segment, be it Mandideep, Pithampur, Devas, all that is in and around. The skill set, because we have also been responsible along with Mr. Aditya Srivastava of getting this Symbiosis University of Applied Science into shape. Now, here also the challenge what we faced was that we started something called megatronics and autotronics, which is supposed to be the trend, futuristic. Yeah. Now, here also what we realized was that the industry is still not ready to cooperate, participate, and involve or indulge in training those candidates. Yeah, and I think Mr. Srivastava is a classic example. He was one of the very few who kind of engaged himself right heads on. Yeah, but then few others like Marley, yeah, or John Deere, whenever they were requested, they were kind of apprehensive because they didn't have the time factor. This does not happen in Germany. the industry indulges, industry involves, yeah, they engage, and they take, there's a lot of hand holding. Yeah. So this is something which needs to undergo a cultural change. And last but not the least, I think it's very, very important is that a lot of mentoring needs to take place by industries with universities and schooling and systems of higher education. Because this marriage, if it does not happen, because we have a system called, which you went through, Saurav, is the DHWW, where you have the industry hand-holding taking place. So in Germany, this industry hand-holding taking place with the students, because the admissions are given not in the university or in the college, it is with the corporate. You engage with the corporate, and the corporate then decides which university you go to. Yeah. So there is a trend which has a little offbeat, but it works. It works. That's where they're world leaders. So these are some few thoughts which I felt should be thrown up for brainstorming and implementation as and when feasible and possible.
No, brilliant, sir. Thank you. Those thoughts are very well appreciated. And for any of this hold true, what the sentiment I had for it was that it's not about MSME surviving. For us, for this to become true, MSMEs need to thrive. They don't need to survive. Because if we are to get this right in the next 5 years, because like you said, sir, the next generation of unicorns, etc., will come out of these MSMEs. They are the ones who will evolve and they will thrive. So, no, completely appreciate your point, sir. Thank you. Anybody else comment to? Yes, please. If you could just. Thank you. Sorry,
hello. Yeah. I'll start with thank you, Sanjay sir, for giving us an easy access platform. I am being from Indore. This is a first opportunity I am able to come up with my own startup and being on a public platform. So we are a research company where we do data analysis, and currently going on a global level or going on an industrial level, it's pretty tough for us because as you may be aware of it, that people do not trust easily with to anybody with data. Now, data is the new diamond or new gold, as we say. So where we can pitch in or where we can thrive using data analytics and having a connection with the big industries. As we do have skills, we have skilled team which we have set up. We have a technology development which we did build in the last 3 years since we started. So what do you think for us will be the platform? How to grow, or what can be the path where we can lead with?
Ajay, do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And see, the current ecosystem of the future industry or future manufacturing, particularly automobile, will not survive without startups. This is what we realize as a company, as an individual also. This is what I realize. So it has to be only relevant. So we'll have to have partnerships together. We'll have to work together. We have to understand what kind of trust we build with each other. And there will be opportunities where we'll be able to collaborate and go ahead. So we are also in lookout for startups who can really contribute. And this is what is in Tata Group, you say, as well as this same kind of structure we have for Tata Motors as well. So you might have seen that a lot of acquisitions have happened in recent past at the Tata Group level, like 1MG, and then Tata Digital, New, everything. So same kind of concepts we have for us also, and we'll continue to partner. So we are always in lookout for people who have a relevant kind of expertise which we do not have. And nobody in the world currently has all the expertise with them. So we'll always try to partner. Only thing is that we'll have to really collaborate, talk to each other, and really realize that this is what is relevant to you as well as to us, because it should be both. It should help
meaningful
each other,
for both.
Meaningful for both. So we are always there and to help as well as work together. And I can say that this is what is in our group, at group level as well as at our level also, to work with you guys like that. And we are in a process of that. I can tell, and currently that we are really working on in the new transition of the business that you might have seen, you might be aware that we are really lookout for that kind of a particular category of business or kind of a work that we are doing for startups like you. But it has to be really relevant. Unless we understand each other, we will not be able to go forward.
Thank you. Thanks, Ajay. We have time for one last question or comment. The gentleman there in the white hat. Could you just go for it?
So I just have a question for the entire panel in general. Mr. Parag recently said that in terms of industry in general, India needs to make a jump from point A to point D directly. Now, while at a business efficiency level, I can agree with that statement because it'll involve fewer R&D costs, fewer setup costs. But what is going through my mind is how will not just the industry in general, but the population too mature with the technology until and unless they get to experience the previous stages of it. The best example being Mr. Soam said that he's a huge fan of Tesla, and Tesla as of now is making great cars. But in terms of pure drivability, Porsche has them beat with the Taycan because they have that much more maturity with the chassis engineering and the overall physics of it. So in the corners, the Porsche is just a lot better than the Tesla. So for India, in sense, how would you say that we would need to bridge that maturity gap and get the population more accustomed to a higher or a more advanced level of technology when they are not already comfortable with the one which is in place?
Parag, a truly loaded question. This is what you call a loaded question.
No. So actually, we have done it. As a country, we have done it. I mean, the most obvious transition we have done is telephony. We didn't go the route of having more landlines and cordless and all of that. We have gone into mobile technology completely. And I'm just so amazed to see how even people who are uneducated, you could say, are able to easily use smartphones and use those apps. So that has happened. So I think if there is a value that is being delivered, the population will figure out how to make use of it. So that is my take on it. And I don't know the answers exactly on driving, how it will happen. But Indians are a very, very resourceful bunch is what I'm sure about. So we have done that in a few places, and I don't see why mobility can't be like that as well.
Actually, I have a point to make over here. If you look at the auto industry, we moved from 4 to 6, BS4 to BS6. But when all these discussions were happening, there is something known as the power of intuitiveness. So if you were to actually read through the power of intuitiveness, all that it tells you is that to have that generational gap, our next generation, your next generation will be a lot more intuitive towards technology, towards R&D, towards non-traditional options that we grew up with. And the way they're going to learn will be a lot more cognitive thinking. So that power of intuitiveness will help them take those leaps rather than just the traditional way of learning with which they learned all the way through. But most likely it's bound to happen, and we'll see it before we pass the baton on, I guess so. I guess that's what we have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. At first, I want to thank all my co-panelists. Thank you, guys. Thank you for spending the afternoon. And back to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So thank you so much, all the panelists, for making this discussion very interactive and knowledgeable. And thank you, audience, for being interactive throughout the session. May I request all the panelists for a group picture, please?
For that, we need to give a big round of applause for Sanjay.
We also have an announcement for the audience. So tomorrow for the day 2, we will be having a conference on green mobility, innovative solutions for sustainable future in the same hall in the evening at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for being patient.
CM पे आता ही पढ़ लेना चाहिए।